Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. And I'm happy I made it to Georgia without airport interference, without delays. What a relief. Oh, what a relief it is. Today, I can tell you this, just in my short time in the Atlanta airport and waiting in line for my rental car, bumped into a couple Georgia fans. They did not bark at me, fortunately. I might have punched them, but they are confident, man. They feel like last year's whooping is only going to get magnified in Sanford Stadium. And this one gal called it Kirby-induced chaos. How Kirby gets his guys whipped up over stuff that may or may not be true. Sort of fact or fiction stuff that Kirby comes up with to get his guys all, as she called them, raving lunatics when they come out on the field. So, yeah. Only first game was a whooping. That's right, Eddie. Although they did have 13 sacks. 7 sacks in game 1 and 6 sacks in game 2. But you're right. Game 2, the SEC title game, was overtime. And if Bert Auburn hits a 42-yard field goal, maybe Texas is the defending SEC champ. And this thing is 1-1. And we're not talking about how Kirby Smart is Sarkisian's daddy and all this nonsense. So disrespectful. But yeah, so it's on and popping. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Excited, definitely nervous. I can understand that crazy ass fan that ran into you at the airport, why she would be excited and a little cocky, a little confident, maybe a little arrogant, but that's okay. They deserve it. Like, let's just call a spade. Georgia football, it's a reason why they've reigned supreme these last few years. There's a reason why Kirby Smart has earned all the respect that he's gotten, along with his coaching staff, along with his players. They've backed it up. They've won those natties. They beat the dog crap out of Sonny Dykes in that TCU game so bad that Stetson Bennett came out at the beginning of the fourth quarter. So we know what we're getting into, you know what I mean? But if you're Texas, again, you're coming off a heater. Everybody's healthy. Another day where that injury report came out and it was blank again. Such a beautiful sight to see. Mookie Taft, no problem. He playing. Ryan Wingo, no problem. He playing. Jelani McDonald, no problem. He playing. Now, what I didn't like, which I do want all Georgia's players out there, but also you got to worry about Lawson Lucky because homeboy, he playing tomorrow.
He playing.
He ain't on that injury report either, which did the dude get knocked out the game? Like,
I mean,
what's going on?
Double knocked out.
Double knocked out. Like
helmet to helmet, then knee to helmet.
Yeah, like, you know, Kirby want to do all this texting. If I'm Sark, I'm asking them, yo, what kind of doctors y'all got up there? Because with what I saw, I don't know how that dude's playing. But, hey, throw him out there. We ain't going to take it easy on him. If I'm Pete Kukowski, I'm letting my dudes know, yo, Mookie, Jelani, Leonga, Ty Anthony, if
rattle that cage.
If homeboy want to come across that middle, so be it. They've decided to play him. Like, we going to see some hitting tomorrow. Both teams love the screen. Both teams love the short pass game. What secondary is going to be better at tackling? Because a lot of these folks, national media out there that, you know, didn't really watch the Mississippi State game, didn't really watch the Vanderbilt game. They saw clips and highlights, but they really just saw the stats. And when you just look at the stats, you can tell this is what we've been talking about. Secondary carved up a little bit. Thanksgiving coming up, carved up like a turkey a little bit. but now you got your dudes back, which I think it's a big deal. I think Michael Taft being back changes everything, especially from a confidence level. You heard Arch Manning. This our leader. Our leader is back. The most important leader on the team. You said it earlier this week, Chip. Dude was out there, Mississippi State coin toss. Ain't even playing. Cast on his hand in overtime, calling the shots. They giving him an earpiece on the sideline. He talking to guys coming on and off the field. He was just another coach that time he was out. Now he's back on the field. It's time to get busy. So yeah, that the secondary tackling, that's a huge point of emphasis for me in this game, especially with the short games that both offenses provide. Hey, I know Everett is a baller. Aguero could play. Bolden. They got some dudes. CJ Allen. Will he be on his spy on Arch Manning game? How is that going to look? Because Jalen Walker last year was flying around. Does CJ Allen have that in him? He's good, but is he Jalen Walker good where you can just straight up take over the game like he did last year? I don't know, but I'm definitely excited to find out tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what was interesting? I thought that Texas would have fewer missed tackles than Georgia. And according to Pro Football Focus, Texas has had 75 missed tackles and Georgia's had 56. Those are both pretty good for the whole season, but Georgia, they're good. I mean, but here's the thing. You know Georgia wants to bring A-gap pressure, so Arch can't be there. You got to move him. You got to bootleg him. You got to waggle him. You got to move the pocket. And remember, we talked about this coming out of the OU game. Arch was more accurate on the move than he was from the pocket. So you can move him, and he's okay with that. He's, and if he's locked in the way he has been, end of the Mississippi State game, the Vanderbilt game, then, the moment should not be too big for Arch Manning. And I mean, there's no bigger game this week. Like the whole country is, and I don't know what's going on with YouTube and all that, but I mean, if people can get their hands on this game, they're going to watch this game. And so this is a chance for Texas offense, defense, special teams to wake people up to what this Texas team is about and etch-a-sketch some of that early season funk out of the minds of the college football world. Because right now, people are envisioning last year's game in Austin. And, I'm hearing the predictions all over the place. It's not good for Texas, Georgia. Okay. Well, if you can move Arch Manning, make it where it's not easy for that, A-gap pressure to get to him, Texas should be able to handle their edges. Now, no one plays as physical as Georgia on defense, so Sark's got to be totally locked in. I mean, he's got to be one step ahead. Like he was against Vanderbilt. Sarkisian was one step ahead of Clark Lee all game long until, the fourth quarter. You didn't have either starting safety out there. You had, you're playing a little off coverage. I don't want to see any off coverage. But at the same time, it's going to be hard to play man against Zachariah Branch and Noah Thomas and all those tight ends. So look, Pete Kwiatkowski, I said this is a legacy game for him. Because, let's be honest, it wasn't great. I mean, it was really, really good against Ohio State, except for one call, and And so he can't have any calls. He can't have any mistake calls. Can't give up the big play. Not tomorrow night in, between the hedges, because the roof will come off. So, I'm really eager to see. Texas has to be the more physical team, and that means the Texas offensive line. They have to be more physical than Kirby Smart's ultra physical defense that comes out like crazed lunatics. I love the way Kirby's linebackers play. I mean, they are so physical. CJ Allen is so physical. He comes through that A gap when he's sent, and it doesn't matter who's in there. He's going to destroy them. So, I mean, this is going to be a great matchup and a great test of where Texas is from a confidence, physical, standpoint. Because if they don't show up like that, if they're not the most physical team on the field tomorrow night, then they probably don't deserve to be in the mix for the college football playoff, because we saw them, really get pushed around by Florida. It was, Dan Neal said it best. Dan Neal said that was the worst I've ever felt after watching a Texas game, because if I watch Texas and Georgia, I know Georgia's going to be super physical and it's going to be the ultimate challenge. But to see Texas get pushed around by Florida, was totally disconcerting. Well, this is as live of an atmosphere as you're going to get. The Swamp is insane. Sanford Stadium is insane. So let's see how much they've come along. And Arch Manning did, he was gutting it out in the Swamp. So I expect Arch to be on his A game tomorrow night. And I'm sure he's eager to show what he's got. And this Texas offense needs to feed off of him.
For sure. And, you talk about the double A gap pressure that Georgia likes to get, but they do so many different things, man, from their star position, nickel, blitzing. I was watching the world's largest cocktail party over, and there's one play where they have the linebacker, they have a blitzer from the nickel spot. He rushes off the edge, so the tackle picks him up. Then they have the linebacker curl around to follow the nickel. And it's like CJ Allen or some crazy shit. and the tackle's like, whoa, wait a minute.
Right. They flood. Right.
Before anything even happens, DJ Lagway's on the ground and throwing it out of bounds. It's everywhere. The communication has to be on point. And the luxury that you've had is 2 weeks to prepare for it. Think about last year, both of those meetings versus Georgia. One came off of Red River, which I don't care what the score was. You only allowed 3 points from Oklahoma last year, but we know what kind of emotional roller coaster you come from that game. And we know Quinn Ewers wasn't 100%. So right after Red River, you got to deal with Kirby and those boys. Then after that, you're facing them in the SEC championship after you just beat your arch rival that you haven't played in a decade plus. In a game that got you to that. It was all for the marbles to get to Atlanta. Yep. So it's little different circumstances this time around, where if you're this coaching staff, you're able to lock in my opinion, way more in the preparation standpoint than I think you were in those other games, especially, again, off the emotional roller coaster that those games provided. So I hope Texas could use that to their advantage, man, because, Archman, he ain't scared. That's for sure. He ain't scared. He'll sit in that pocket and he'll make some throws knowing that the contact's coming. But get him outside of that pocket, get the ball out of his hands. He's going to have to make some spectacular plays. I think he's going to have to make 4 plays that completely change the game. 4 sandlot, improvised, backyard football plays, kind of like what we saw against Oklahoma, the play where back of his own end zone, dude was at his ankles and he threw that dart out route to Parker Livingston, things like that. He's going to just have to make plays, creating with his feet. He does a really good job keeping his eyes up the field. He's gotten better with that each and every game. Those plays that Quinn Ewers just wasn't capable of making last year, Arch has to make. And I think he can. I really do. But Parker Livingston, Ryan Wingo, Contravian Wise, this offensive line, everybody has to make plays too to help 16. If they do that, man, Texas has just as good of a shot as anybody to go into Sanford and get that dub.
Yeah, and I'll go back to this. Alabama has the 119th ranked rushing attack. They're not running it. Texas is higher than that. Texas is like 94th. But like it can be done. Now, Ty Simpson was on fire on third down. He was on fire. I mean, you go back and look at that Alabama-Georgia game. Every time there was a third down, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, Ty Simpson had an answer, and it was impressive. I mean, 13 of 19 on third down. So Arch is going to have to be locked in like that, like he was against Vanderbilt. And if this offensive line, if Sark is in his bag, now he has not been against Georgia. And part of that was, Quinn Ewers throwing those interceptions in the SEC championship game when, Texas finally had some momentum. It was gone because Dalen Everett picked him off, and it you can't turn the ball over in this game. You can't. Georgia will make you pay, and they're actually more efficient now on offense than when they had Carson Beck. So they're running it better, which is crazy because last year they had Tate Radledge, who's now playing for my Lions on the offensive line. But they're playing hard for Gunnar Stockton. They believe they're a good offense. They ran it down Mississippi State's throat last week, 300 yards rushing. I mean, a 59-yard touchdown run helps, obviously. But this is, Bama did it, and they did it all in the first half. Yeah. I mean, they scored 24 points in the first half and did not score a point in the second half. And you got to give it to Alabama's defense to hang in there because they led 24. They only gave up a touchdown in the second half in Sanford Stadium to Georgia. So Texas's defense can do that. I mean, they can. They can. I mean, look what Colin Simmons did against Diego Pavia on the first possession, strip sack. Those guys are getting the ball out. Ethan Burke, when he sacked him at the 2-yard line, he was like, I thought the ball was out. Like, he's like, I had a good grip on it. I was pulling. And we know he pulled it out against Blake Shapen on the 4th down sack in overtime. These guys are trying to get the ball out, and they need that. They're going to need – that's why I think PK needs to bring some early pressure. He needs to, take a couple chances, try to get to Gunnar Stockton, rough him up. Just put a seed of doubt in there, because if you let that guy get into a rhythm, like, remember Diego got into a rhythm in the second quarter. And I was like, oh, Lord, because Vanderbilt held the ball for 10 minutes in the second quarter. They didn't do a whole lot with it, but they were moving the ball. And Texas can get into that lull. Kentucky moved the ball on Texas with a quick passing game. So I think this is a great chess match, especially since it's Sarkisian against Smart. It's Sarkisian's offense against Kirby Smart's defense, and those are not even the headliner, sides of the ball. It's really Georgia's offense against Texas's defense that is the marquee attraction in this game. And that's why I say it's a legacy game for Pete Kwiatkowski, because, it's time for Pete Kwiatkowski to get credit for what he's done defensively at Texas. The defense has carried this team at times last year. and at times this year. And, it was this is one of those games where everyone could walk away going, damn, Pete Kwiatkowski, what a show. What a show we saw. No one saw that coming except Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, Malik Muhammad. So, Texas has got dudes, so they need to play like it.
Yeah, I like your article on Horns 24/7 where you make your 10 points. Let me ask you this. You mentioned Pete Kwiatkowski legacy game, Steve Sarkisian legacy game. How much pressure is on these guys, though? Because sometimes I've seen Sark where the pressure's on and he's a little testy with the media. And I remember last year after halftime of the SEC championship game, and Laura Rutledge was like, you got 8 penalties at half. How do you feel? And he was pissed. And he was like, I like to see them call some on the other team.
Yeah.
And that's all he said. So that I didn't like that, Sark. Remember you and I talked about it.
Salty Sark.
I don't like because you're tight.
Right.
You're tight. Like, you're bringing that into the locker room. That doesn't make me feel good about the rest of the game. Meanwhile, same game, Carson Beck gets knocked out. Somehow Kirby Smart, being the motivator he is, convinced everybody in the locker room that Gunnar Stockton was going to lead them to victory. And he's their guy. So that's when people talk about, okay, why does Kirby have such a just chokehold on Sark right now, even though it's been 2 games? Little things like that, like Kirby's comfort in that uncomfortable situation. Anyone starting quarterback goes out in the SEC championship game, you should panic, but he didn't. And those guys, they got tighter and closer. We saw it on that very first drive where they just drove it down Texas's throats. Like, I need Sark to be a little more loose, tomorrow. Obviously, you can't be too loose. You got to find that middle ground. But, talk about just like the pressure that you think they have on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Sarkisian feels like he has a good plan, I should be able to see that in pregame. He'll be relaxed. He'll be loose, and he's had 2 weeks to prepare. That's part of the reason I think Texas can win this game, because he is a guy who can come up with stuff, an angle here, an angle there, that can make a difference and set things up and really dial into the matchups. Where is that soft spot on the defense? Is it the nickel? Is it the, we heard, Drew Fabianich say the strong safety is better than the free safety. And look, Sark knows that. He knows what plays to get those guys in conflict, and then it's on the execution of the guys and Arch to connect with, Ryan Wingo. That makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. But look, Ryan Wingo's made some big plays. He's made some plays down the field. He's not made some plays down the field that I thought he should have made. And I, that fight for the ball, I want to see that, because you better fight for everything you can get tomorrow night. Like, these guys need to be as amped and ready as they've have been in the last couple of years, because it's going to take an exceptional 3.5-hour effort, because Kirby says some wild stuff, but he's right. They're hard to kill. I mean, they have had to come from behind in 6 SEC games. They've done it. They've had to come from behind in the fourth quarter against Ole Miss, Florida. What's the other one? But, they've had
Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee. My God, that was the biggest one, because Gunnar had to get an 8-point
down.
He was down 38-30 when they scored. and they got the 2-point conversion for overtime, and then, rest is history. But that's what it takes, though. But you pull this off, and they're going to believe that they're better than Arkansas and A&M, and they should play that way. And then we're talking about one of the, most fascinating seasons that we've seen in a while, where Texas opens at number 1, falls out of the rankings, and then claws over broken glass back into the picture where they were left for dead. I mean, run over, backed up over, dead. And that would be an amazing testament to Steve Sarkisian, his culture, the players, the leadership on this team. So it's an easy team to root for. I mean, they were all pressing against Ohio State. Colin Simmons is like
Penalties.
He got asked about that penalty. He's like, my hand slipped. Like, he's like, I wasn't trying to, rip the guy's head off. My hand slipped, whatever. He wasn't like even in his right mind. And Arch was all over the place. And, and then it got better.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, boom. Then it went backward, which was surprising at Kentucky. Because you figured it couldn't get any worse than Florida game. But now they've made some changes on the offensive line, and this is a huge moment for guys like Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell. Now I'm not in the Kool-Aid, because if Texas comes out and they don't answer in very specific ways, they're gonna get beat. I mean, we know that. And so can they be the ones to rattle Georgia? Can they cause Georgia to make some big mistakes that they turned Georgia over 3 times in the game in Austin in October of last year. Andrew Makuba intercepted Carson Beck in Georgia territory, and they didn't move the ball an inch.
Nothing came from that.
They punted. He intercepted him at the 41 of Georgia, and they got nothing. That's embarrassing. Yeah. There's your chance. Your defense gets you the ball. You got a short, sudden change opportunity, and you do nothing. So this is gonna be fun, because look, these teams both have dudes. You got to have dudes. Yeah,
it was interesting last year in the first matchup. Contravian Wisner, he has the good game the previous week against Oklahoma. So now you're like, okay, this is RB1, Jaden Blue, RB2. And it looked like Contravian Wisner was playing one of his first few games while getting a lot of meaningful reps. So I'm excited about Q Wisner and CJ Baxter in this one, because this is the most healthy they've been. They needed that break just as much as anybody, because you had 5 straight games, and Contravian Wisner, he's been good in different times, but overall, he still doesn't look like that same guy with that burst that we saw in 2024. If he could get back to that, just give me a smidge of that. Give me Oklahoma, maybe a little bit more. Get CJ Baxter involved. You know what I'm saying? I ain't asking for much, but you can't be one-dimensional. You gotta make Glenn Schumann and Kirby think a little bit to where, maybe they'll do this. Because last year they weren't thinking. They were just saying, you know what, we just gonna send our dogs. We're more athletic, we're tougher, we're stronger. We're just gonna send those guys and see what happens. So yeah, your pride, if you Steve Sarkisian and the coaching staff, it should be shook a little bit for how they embarrassed you last year. That's why I've been so animated about Kirby Smart texting Steve Sarkisian. Because it's like, bro, you ain't gonna little brother me. Like, this ain't what that is, man. And Sark gonna be professional, cool, but I know deep down, Sark got some dog in him too. So I remember when he was throwing that lasso at BYU and doing all that crazy stuff. Sark got some dog in him, man. Let's keep it a buck here. So I know he hates this whole daddy stuff. I know he hears it. Again, he's gonna be professional. He's gonna keep it cordial, but nah, you gotta show him there's a new sheriff in town because Kirby out here walking around thinking he Pac. You know what I mean? Like Kirby was so ignorant last year after that win at DKR. I forgot the show that he put on, man. I'm so glad I was reminded. He put on the show. He was going to the fans. He was dancing and stuff. You know, he was doing the belt thing, the ass whooping symbol and stuff. He was out of control. We ain't here for all the bells and whistles and the lights and all that. Like, he was out of control. Talking about being a friend, okay? So, yeah, any bulletin board material, man, let's have it. Let's have it. Let's get down because you're right, Shep. Ain't nobody giving Texas a shot. I'm a part of that. Nobody. Even though I'm out here giving y'all, both of us, let it be known that Texas has a chance. I ain't picking them. So, I always say, prove me wrong. Love to be proven wrong. I ain't too proud.
Well, the fact that Kirby brought up that he texted Sark on game day last week, that tells you. That tells you that Kirby's trying to, big brother him. Because he's like, yeah, I texted Sark, on the way to the game. What? He brought it up. So then, Kirby went before Sark. So then Sark gets asked about it. He's like, yeah, he did text me, where Sark's probably like, what the hell's this guy texting me for?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, Sark's heard it. He's heard it. He has a Kirby problem. He has a Georgia problem. And it's not like the Georgia-Alabama problem. Georgia's 1-7 against Alabama in their last 8. That goes back to 2018. That goes back to Nick and the first 2 games under Kalen DeBoer. They're saying Texas has a Georgia problem after the 2 games last year, one of which was overtime. Now, Sarkisian has to be laser focused. He's got to, everything's got to work together. I mean, and it did against Vanderbilt. So now they know what that feels like. At least they know what that feels like. Because, and it was pretty much that way against OU. But then that Kentucky game was like, what the hell is this?
Because they went back to trying to throw it ball deep again in that game. Like, no, stick to what the personnel tells you. I know that pride, like, it's like the devil on the left side of Sark's, shoulder talking about, we got to get the explosives, Steve. Throw it deep, Steve.
Okay, so then that begs this question. Does Sark think because the Cole Hudson at left guard, Connor Robertson experiment held up, surely he doesn't think he can leave Arch in the pocket and throw deep. I mean, I'm sure he'll want to do that, but if he rolls the pocket, he can still hunt explosives. I mean, we saw Arch make some plays on the move, in the passing game against OU. I think you have to repackage the OU game plan. That's the game plan. You have to get to the perimeter with quick throws. You have to make Georgia tackle in space. You cannot be sitting there in the A gaps where CJ Allen and, Wilson are coming for you. So that
extension of the run game, quick stuff, screens, and
right.
And that's what they've been doing. Like against Mississippi State, you saw Ryan Wingo. He got the stuff going early, and then later on in the game, you hit him for that deep post route. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just jump into it. I get you have to test them to keep them honest. I understand that because these coordinators, they'll let you know we got to keep them honest. We got to make sure these safeties know there is a chance we will throw on them so they don't put freaking 9-8 in the box. But yeah, like you got to understand your personnel. And I know he feels better about Cole Hudson and Connor Robinson, but be careful. Be very careful.
Yeah.
And those Cole Hudson, Connor Robinson, DJ Campbell, y'all got to have the game of y'all's lives. You know?
Yeah.
And 33 is good too for Georgia. Contavious Johnson, he's their best edge rusher. That dude, he has a really good motor. I mean, again, it's a Georgia defensive player. No shit, he has a good motor. But like, that's the dude. Even though they're one of the worst teams at getting sacks and pressures, that guy, watch out for 33 because as these weeks have gone on, Mississippi State, he had a good game. That dude has some talent. So Trevor Gooseby, Brandon Baker, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm fascinated by this matchup, and I know to me it's fun when everyone thinks you're counted out. And I think there were a lot of people who thought Texas was counted out against OU. I mean, OU was killing it defensively. Mateer had put on some good shows, and I know he had the thumb injury. He has not blamed that for his performance against Texas. But
I respect John Mateer, man. I know he's at that school in Norman, but he's kept his head down because it's bothering him. Like you can just tell and they're playing way better teams than they did the first 4 games. Like when they were beating Auburn and Michigan, even though Michigan looks better than they did then. But yeah, John Mateer just keeping his head down, fighting. That Tennessee win was huge. I know South Carolina's down, but beating them is big. Like they got a legitimate shot to go down to Tuscaloosa and get her done. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah,
Troy is on one today.
Troy's on one. Yeah.
On one. So
how can we be both? How can we be like
Troy,
biased?
You're not we're sitting here telling you if they don't do all these things, they're gonna get beat. So it's not like we're sitting here going, oh, Texas is gonna do this, and this, and they're gonna win. We're not saying that at all. You're not listening if that's what you think we're saying, because I'm sitting here telling you that I talked to 2 Georgia fans. One compared Texas's offensive line to a bunch of guys jaywalking in the middle of the Daytona 500 last year.
That's so disrespectful.
That they looked like they were just trying to get out from being run over.
Like, and that offensive line was good last year. Kelvin Banks, Jake Majors, Hayden Connor.
And they got, they got rolled.
They got toe up.
They got rolled. And I mean, that game won Michael Thompson the Butkus Award.
Jalen
Walker. And Anthony Hill had way better numbers than that guy. But he won it because he played like a monster against Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, no, don't get it twisted. We're saying what Texas needs to do to be competitive and have a chance, not how they're going to do all this and walk out with a win. I mean, the odds are against them.
Yeah,
the odds are against them, even though the line is coming down.
I'm putting them on a pedestal, Rex. I think they've earned that, dog. I think they've earned that.
They earned it by what they did to Texas last year. We can talk about how the SEC title game was close. 6 sacks in that game. That's embarrassing. Diego Pavia had been sacked 7 times the whole year. He got sacked 6 times by Texas. That's embarrassing for Vanderbilt. Like Clark Lee said it in his postgame. He's like, we didn't play with the fanatical effort we had to play with to win this game. Texas has to play with fanatical effort to have a chance to win.
Fanatical.
Tomorrow night. That's right.
Like
what Jim Harbaugh says, with an enthusiasm unknown to man. I mean, that's what it's going to take. And you go back.
What's that weather like, by the way?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, if this is what it's going to be like tomorrow, it's like perfect football weather. It'll be 70s, and then it'll just drop into the 50s as the night goes on.
You going to Magic City tonight?
No.
What you mean, no? Get some wings, man. I
got to get some wings.
I'm talking about the thighs and all that. I'm just get some wings. I know E. Henry down to go.
I think E. Henry brought his girl, so
that's hell yeah. E. Henry.
All right, I'll text him right now. Hey, what are we doing tonight?
Yeah, man. Yo, they just made a documentary about Magic City on Hulu. It's like 3 parts. Yes, I haven't seen it yet. I need to check it out. But yo, E. Henry, yeah, she going too. That's my dog, E. Henry. Yeah, ain't nothing like a beautiful relationship like going to the strip club with your woman. That builds something right there. That builds something. That's ride or die stuff right there, man. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, just to get some wings too. Them lemon pepper Lou's. Remember, my man Lou Williams said, "Screw the bubble," because the wings at Magic City were that good. He had to risk it during COVID. Like, that tells me everything I need to know. You know what I'm saying? The way that they find my man Lou Will, the way they kicked him out the bubble, he knew the consequences from leaving and doing all that stuff. He said, them lemon pepper Lou wings are that good. I gotta go. Screw it. Screw you, Kawhi. Screw you, Paul George. Screw you, Doc Rivers.
What's wrong with you?
Screw you, the rest of the Clippers. These wings are worth more than playing with you guys. You know what I'm saying? So that tells me everything I need to know. Lemon Pepper Lou. That's why he's one of my favorite players of all time. Priority. You know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious.
Beautiful.
That's hilarious.
Rex, not at all, Rex. We love here. You know what I'm saying? Like you act like your girl don't got the ones in her hand. She making it rain too. That's what you do. That's real player stuff. Here you go, baby. You throw it. And you watch your girl. You watch from afar, just like this. And she throws.
Yeah, we love around here, but we don't know if we can trust Zay's relationship advice.
I'm happily married. You see it?
No, your advice for others.
Oh, I mean,
like, I would trust girl to the strip club. That's good bonding.
That's good bonding.
That's how you get close.
Yo, ain't nothing like watching your woman put a $5 bill inside another's G-string. Ain't nothing like that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, gosh, man. Yeah, Magic City. Hell yeah.
I love it.
That damn Gunnar Stockton's gonna put on a show tomorrow, ain't he?
Hey,
he scares me, man. He's scared. I hate the dudes that have not much NFL aspirations. Like, this is it. He knows that. He probably knows that. That's what makes it even more terrifying. I'm gonna put my body on the line for the rest of these guys, my coaches, and this program, because it means that much to me. I know I don't have much of a future. I ain't going to go as far to say he's going to be selling insurance. I think he could have a hell of a career as a QB3. Maybe go to Canada, thrive. He might have some moments where he gets some clock, stick around. Charlie Batch, my man Chase Daniel, Colt. He might be one of those, which is great gig. I ain't knocking that either. Great gig. Love it for those guys. But it's terrifying knowing that he knows this is probably the height of his football playing career. And he's going to put it all on the line. And when you got a dude like that, man, it's dangerous. And I'm not saying Arch ain't like that. I'm not saying Arch ain't going to put it on the line for his team. Arch has shown me that he's going to put it on the line for his team. But, hey, you're going up against the dude that there's a big reason why they just are hard to kill, man. Because 14 on that other side, dude looks like he's 45 years old. The dude's wise like he's 45 years old. He gives everybody confidence that's wearing that black, red, and gray. So that makes me nervous, man. As good as this Texas defense is, as much as I think PK could dial it up, and I think Colin Simmons could have a big game. Obviously, Mookie Taft coming back. There's just certain plays and certain players that can change a game no matter what the opposition's doing. And I think Gunnar Stockton's one of those guys. I'm sure Pete Kwiatkowski's not going to have a good night's sleep tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but he's gonna have a better night's sleep knowing that Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke are peaking.
No, that's a type of melatonin right there. That could help.
Yeah.
That's a
You gotta
type
have
of,
that.
You can have that. That's a type of melatonin for sure.
If I'm Pete Kwiatkowski, I'm going down to their hotel rooms and I'm like, hey, y'all getting some good sleep tonight? Hey, make sure Colin's not out, hitting Magic City.
No. Nah, we're way. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm not even in ATL city limits. I'm on the outskirts.
Yeah. Right. You're out
crazy
there.
Outskirts. Yeah. That's not happening.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And the fact that Michael Taft is back. This is going to also be interesting because, the numbers are ridiculous. They were giving up 196 yards passing through the 7 games that Taft played in. That would have been 37th in the country. And then the 2 games he didn't play, they gave up an average of 373 yards passing, which has dropped Texas now into the bottom half of the national statistics for passing yards allowed. So let's see how much of a difference it makes. Because there are some who are like, those same holes in their zone have been there all year. It wasn't just because Taft wasn't on the field, but okay, if those holes were there, people weren't exploiting them. So I think, and look, the passing defense of Leon Galafau and Anthony Smith fell off. Like those guys, I think, depend on Taft more than maybe they realized. So, because I saw it. I mean, at Mississippi State, there was a play where Anthony Hill, Leonga follows this guy in man and leaves the zone wide open for an easy touchdown. And Ant Hill walks over to Leonga and he's like patting him on the shoulder, pointing the other way, So,
yeah.
That's, you think the cowbells are loud? Wait till, these Georgia fans, they're in your face now. I mean, you saw it at the SEC title game.
Yeah, they were wilding. Now they were very careful because I wasn't playing around, but they were wilding. I saw them. They were just walking around, barking. They're very prideful people. They're very SEC, that's for sure. But yeah, it's going to be an atmosphere tomorrow. And yeah, Anthony Smith, Leon Galafau.
Great against the run. Yeah. These guys have been rock stars against the run.
Yep.
And
that's the matchups, like Lawson Lucky back, Oscar Delt, a problem. And you heard Drew, like I was surprised when Drew told us, yeah, he doesn't think that Mike Bobo uses the tight ends like he should. When we had Drew Fabianis yesterday, that's scary. Like you just said, Chip, if I know, I'm sure Mike Bobo knows, that Ty Anthony Smith and Leonga Lafau struggling their ass off in the passing game, I might want to ramp that up a little bit, see what these tight ends are about, because that might be the game right there. Those guys, number 4 and number 7. And then they got old Manimal Freak, 6'7", Elias Williams, freshman, former 5-star. Like,
that dude.
Why wouldn't you want to, if you're a tight end and you saw what Brock Bowers did, why wouldn't you want to go play for Georgia?
Right.
Right. I mean,
and they got that other guy, the 6'7" guy who's in the league.
Darnell Washington.
Yeah, Darnell Washington. Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers loves that dude. They were trying to move that fool to tackle. And Aaron Rodgers had to say something. He was like, yo, wait. Chill. Mike, come on. We can do something with this. We can do y'all drafted them in the 3rd round for a reason. We can do something with this. He just has to
work with him.
We can work with this, And now the Steelers, they look pretty decent. So, yeah, there's matchups all around, man. Zachariah Branch, Lanny Muhammad / Jalen Gilbo matchup. Zachariah Branch is tough, man. Everybody just thinks he's kind of a gadget speed guy. There's plays where Gunnar Stockton, as we saw with Lawson Lucky, he'll throw you a hospital ball. So if you're one of these secondary players, be ready to hit, because Gunnar Stockton, he trusts that his wide receivers and tight ends can make catches in traffic. Zachariah Branch is one of those, he ain't scared. He'll make that catch in traffic. So obviously you got to be smart about it, because you don't want to get targeted and knocked out for the first half of the Arkansas game, but also head on a swivel. If Gunnar Stockton wants to throw some of these hospital balls around legally, you got to make these guys pay by laying the wood.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm amped. I'm ready. Couple other nuggets before we bring John McClain on for our NFL talk, our Friday conversation.
Gotta ask John about Baylor. That's a must.
Yeah.
Poor guy. John's seen a lot with his alma mater, man. I don't mean to laugh. That's wrong of me. Let me get the laughs out now before John.
Yeah, get the laughs out now.
You laugh when he's there.
You tend to laugh at people's pain and discomfort.
Because it's Baylor. Because it's Baylor, man. And I'm still salty and petty they won a national championship in basketball. Like, as a hoop head and Texas fan, you know what I do for a basketball national championship. I'll definitely take a football one, but I don't know if I'll ever see that. And that's sad. And I hate thinking that way. Hope Sean Miller's the guy and all, but the fact that Scott freaking Drew in Waco freaking Texas was able to put a natty up and Texas hasn't been able to, yeah, I feel some type of way about Baylor. They're very easy to hate. For me,
all right, get all that out now.
I'll get all that out now. Okay. We good.
Get all that out now. All right, thoughts on my prediction for upset Saturday. And it starts tonight.
Yeah, Minnesota, Oregon.
Minnesota, I'm taking it. I'm telling you right now for my picks. Okay, maybe I won't tell you right now. But I'm thinking, I was a little worried. Minnesota doesn't seem to have much firepower. But
they're also going to Altstadt Stadium. Like,
I know.
No.
Hey, sometimes you come off a tough, grimy victory and you think, okay, we can take a breath now because it's just Minnesota. And you know, PJ Fleck, Mr. Row the boat, he's going to have some great motivational boat rowing story that's going to get everybody all fired up. Pitt, Notre Dame. I got Pitt. So my upset Saturday is OU over Bama, Texas over Georgia, Pitt over Notre Dame, Iowa over USC, Florida over Ole Miss.
What?
Hey,
why? You're going to have to elaborate on that one.
We saw Florida play with intensity.
Right.
The problem is they're playing at Ole Miss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Ole Miss by 15.5. Lane's got all these distractions going on. Everybody wants them. Florida wants them. How crazy is that?
That's school that probably crap out of them.
Right. There's lots of distractions.
I mean, I love that. I love Ole Miss to bounce out of here. Like,
yeah, if they lose, they're done. Right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what Texas does.
They don't have a great win. Like, they don't have a great resume, do they?
They beat Oklahoma.
They beat Oklahoma in Norman. That was good.
They beat LSU. They got something else in there. Am I tripping?
They didn't beat Tennessee.
I don't think they played Tennessee.
Yeah.
So they beat Oklahoma, beat South Carolina, beat LSU, beat the Citadel, beat Arkansas, beat Kentucky. Yeah, they haven't played much. They got the Egg Bowl at the end of the year. This is their last game that was really difficult. I mean, I guess Mississippi State's difficult because it's a rival game, Egg Bowl. But, yeah, their heat of their schedule is basically over.
Yeah. This is Georgia's last SEC game, too. All right, let's bring in our man. They call him the General, Mad Dog McClain. He's been covering the NFL so well. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. John, do we start with what's going on at Baylor with Mack Rhodes, or do we just move on?
No, we can talk about that. I don't have any insight except things that everybody else knows. And I expect, because Mack Rhodes got a 4-week leave of absence, and one of the things I found out and I haven't seen anywhere is when he got into it originally with tight end Michael Trigg on the field before the Arizona State game in September, and he got mad at Trigg for wearing an undershirt. That was a Nike deal. Baylor gets paid a lot of money to wear Nike stuff, but I've never seen that anywhere. And he didn't handle it well at all, of course. Then he got into it with an assistant coach who jumped him about Trigg. So I will be really surprised if Mack Brown is back as the AD. That's my opinion. And the guy, if he does indeed resign, the guy I hope they go after is Jeremiah Dickey, who was there and is the AD at Boise State. And that would be a natural fit. And but it's taken away from Baylor having a big game, coming off the best game of the season, 31-3 over Central Florida, in which the defense looked great. The offense looked good. Now they play Utah at home. They're 6.5-point underdogs. And then they play at Arizona, and then they finish against Houston. And if they play like they did against Central Florida, they can win those games and finish fast like they did last year. I think this whole situation involving Mack Rhodes is good for Dave Aranda, because a lot of people think that he's got to have a winning record to keep his job. Nobody knows that for sure. And but they look great in the last game, and we'll see. It's hard if Mack Rhodes comes back, then it's easier to fire and hire a head coach, but I don't think that's the situation. I think ultimately Aranda is going to be back next year regardless.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm predicting upset Saturday, and I got Baylor in there. knocking off Utah and Waco. So
Well, I hope you're right. I'll tell you what, if you are, I can't do it on Twitter because I'm still hacked. This has been a nightmare. Maybe since Twitter's there, you could call Elon and tell him why is a guy locked out going on 3 weeks when I've got a fraud attorney, I've got a lobbyist, and I've got a woman at Nike. All are supposed to be helping me. But I think that if I will tweet whenever I get it back, if Baylor wins, Chip Brown is a genius. And don't laugh, Zay. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. But I will tweet that. And I will come on here next week and I'll say, Chip, you are a genius.
man,
Or I'll say, Chip, what a dumbass you were.
you are a dumbass. How could you possibly think that Baylor was going to be
Well,
Utah?
I hope you're right. Okay. Who are you picking in the big game?
Okay, so I got OU over Bama, Texas over Georgia,
Ooh.
Pittsburgh over Notre Dame, Iowa over USC, Florida over Ole Miss, and Baylor over Utah.
You are a dumbass.
Upset Saturday.
Zay, I'm thinking if I agree with any of those. I don't think I do.
I have to say,
Did a tree fall on your head and make you dream this?
I've nailed upset Saturdays in the past,
Well, I hope you're nailing this one.
and we'll see if it was just indigestion or a stroke of genius.
Wouldn't it be something if the Longhorns go into Athens after what the Dogs did to them last year, return the favor, beat them up, came back for the big game, and ended A&M's unbeaten season and the Aggies' dreams of winning a national championship? Now, they'll still be in the playoff, of course. But what a finish that would be for Texas. Limp around against Kentucky, Mississippi State, had Vanderbilt blown out, and then almost let it get away if they played a great game. And that's what it'll take. When you look back and think Texas lost at Ohio State, and if Texas loses this one at Georgia, and then they ultimately lose it, the Florida game's always going to haunt them. But if they lost to A&M, that is 3 teams that they will have lost to in the top 5. I don't know. I can't remember another team. I'm not saying that hadn't happened, but another good team losing to 3 teams in the top 5.
Yeah. No, and they're like 14th in strength of schedule and all that. So now they gotta grow up and man up on the road.
People complain, excuse me, Chip. People complain about winning ugly. People complain about not, and you're right there in the middle of Longhorn country, but there's more Longhorns here than there are there. And I hear my friends, it is amazing, and I give them all kinds of grief about that elitist attitude because Texas wins. Who cares how they win? I tell them, wouldn't you like them to pull out a victory in Columbus the way they pulled out victories in Lexington and Starkville? Of course you would. You wouldn't be complaining. And that's got to drive every head coach that's ever been through there. Got to drive them crazy. But they know what they're getting into. The fans are never happy unless you're unbeaten and you win a national championship by 20. But I have great respect for what they're doing. I think Arch Manning has come through. I'm going to say, Arch Manning has come through the toughest, most scrutinized debut season of any quarterback in college football history.
Yeah. I mean, David Cutcliffe said that, and I tend to agree. I mean, Cutcliffe coached Peyton, Eli, and he knows Arch from birth. So, John, how about these Texans? They're at Tennessee. What are we thinking?
They should be 500 for the first time this season after their 0-3 start. 3 losses by 4 at Los Angeles, 1 to the Buccaneers, 7 to the Jaguars. They've rebounded. Their 5 losses have all been by 1 score. This was the first game they had won that was not by double digits, but it came close. And it's amazing to me, the crowd was really bad. The previous 2 games, Broncos and 49ers fans took over the stadium. On TV, you couldn't tell because 49ers fans are wearing scarlet, but it looked red, so it looked like Texans fans. But there's no way that bright orange of the Broncos looks like red. And in this game, I would say they probably had the stadium seats 71, and I think they probably had about 40. And by the early in the fourth quarter, there was a stampede outside. And I know because I was part of it. And since I don't write anymore, I just talk about the Texans and used to tweet about the Texans, and someday I hope to again. I left. I was disgusted. I thought they looked like they didn't want to play. They were poorly prepared, poorly coached. And then Jacksonville choked the biggest lead of its franchise history. And when you blow a game like that, yes, it's a great comeback, but the team's giving it to you. And Davis Mills all of a sudden looked like a Pro Bowl quarterback. The defense looked great. Danielle Hunter, 3.5 sacks. Will Anderson strip sack at the end. It became a touchdown return by defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins to make the score more lopsided. Now they're going up against Cam Ward. Cam Ward is on a pace to threaten David Carr's all-time record for sacks in 2002, and he is on a pace to break the sack yardage record set by Randall Cunningham, I believe, in '86. And with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. chasing him, he's going to be on the run a lot. Texans won the first game 26-0. They should win. Then they get Buffalo coming here Thursday. They can't be like the Bills and be looking ahead, beat Kansas City, and, oh, yeah, we're going to Miami. We're going to whip up on them, and then they get humiliated. They got to take care of business, and then the Bills are in here. And I was asked on Texans radio yesterday, do I think it'd be better for the Texans if the Bills win or lose against the Buccaneers? I said, you want the Bills to win. They said, well, why? Because if the Bills win, that could affect the Texans at some point. I said, if they lose, what are the odds? Buffalo's going to come in here with Josh Allen and lose and suffer a 3rd consecutive loss. The odds would be minuscule. I said, I'm hoping they beat the Bucs, come in here, and Texans play like they did last year when they limited Allen to the worst performance since his rookie year, beat him up bad. He had like 120 yards passing, and the Texans beat him for their best victory of the season. They need another performance like that. But if they beat the Titans, they'll be on national TV Thursday night. And then if they were to beat Buffalo, and Buffalo's proved it's not invincible, people here would just start to get really excited until they look at the schedule and they see a trip to Kansas City, they see a trip to Indy, 2 games against Indy, and they got a couple more that are tough, and all the easy ones should be the Cardinals and the Raiders here in back-to-back weeks.
Don, talk about Davis Mills a little bit because, like you said, the Jags, they blew that one last week. But still, Davis Mills, he made some good plays, and he's been in H-Town for a while. I think if you talk about backups in the league, a lot of people would like to have Davis Mills on their roster. But talk about how his teammates look at him and just how the coaching staff views him.
Nick Caserio, the general manager, keeps extending him a season, which I think is very smart. Don't let him enter the last year of his contract. Because what if he goes up to Tennessee and throws for almost 300 yards again, 2 touchdowns, and they win decisively? Then people are like, Davis Mills. His first 2 years, he was a starter for a terrible team. I saw him have 2 or 3 300-yard games. He beat the Titans in Nashville when they were a better team. Now they're the worst team in the league. Davis he doesn't like to run. He's a pocket passer. But as he proved, if he has to run, he can. He had thrown 2 touchdown passes. And in typical Texans fashion, they're on the 2-yard line. False start, 2-yard loss, false start. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to score. because they're worst in the league in the red zone. And then he runs for a 14-yard touchdown to win the game. And they were the worst red zone team coming in. They were the only team in the league who had not scored from the 2 or 1 yard line. They were 0 for 10 from the 2 or the 1. And then Woody Marks ran for a touchdown, get that elephant off their back. But Mills is smart. When he came in against Denver, he threw a beautiful pass down the right sideline, touch pass Zay perfectly to Nico Collins. And I thought, man, Davis is ready to play. And then he stunk. And on the last series they had, they threw the ball, and both passes were incomplete, bad passes. That gives Denver the ball back, chance to go down the field and win. And he came out in this game, and he was terrible. Interception, field goal, fumble, kickoff return, touchdown, down 10-0. Punt return for a touchdown, down 17-0, down 20-0. If I'd been on Twitter, it would have been, I could have been arrested. But in the fourth quarter, I would have praised him, because I always tell people, you can't get more fair about anything you do if you praise somebody when they deserve it and you criticize them when they deserve it. And you try to find out why. And Mills, he was a cool cookie in the fourth quarter. And I have an idea that Nick Caley, the coordinator, he said, look, we're going to play the hurry-up offense. And they called 5 runs during those touchdown drives. And so they didn't do what was as usually so complicated. And another thing, the dumbest thing, let's see, I've seen a lot of dumb things from this franchise, but I think the dumbest thing I've ever seen, they come out in the starting lineup, their right guard, Ed Ingram's out with a knee injury. He played really well. So, okay, Juice Scruggs, who came in last week, and his former second-round pick, who started at guard, he doesn't start. A guy named Siddy Sow, S-I-D-Y-S-O-W, who came from Patriots. They signed him off the street, put him on the practice squad last week, and started. He is so utterly pathetic. They yank him after about the second series, put Juice Scruggs in there. The offensive line operates very well after that. And, of course, the coach has been asked all week, why did you start Siddy Sow? You say you want to have your 5 best linemen. And there's no answer, of course, because they can't say we're dumbasses. But for a decision like that, another New England guy, it's sickening. But they bounced back. They won. Everybody's fired up here.
Oh, my God. That's awesome.
Siddy Sow.
Siddy Sow.
Siddy Sow. I like saying that. Siddy Sow. I got a feeling I won't be saying it the rest of the year.
Well,
except when he gets cut. And I'll say, you know who got cut today? Siddy Sow.
Well, John, I got to ask you about the Lions and the Eagles in Philly Sunday night. How do you think this one plays out?
Last week, Dan Campbell took over the play calling. I didn't know Aggies call plays, but he did, and he did a great job. And they looked great, as you know. And they've been, overall, to me, they've been a disappointment. They were better without Aiden Hutchinson. And now he's back, and he's playing great. But when you lose both coordinators, you have to adjust. And they started slow, and then they adjusted. And now, whatever reason, he took it over from Morton. I'm guessing he's going to keep doing it. He should. And Philadelphia, it's amazing. A Super Bowl team leading its division, a threat to win another Super Bowl, and everything is negative coming out of Philadelphia, starting with A.J. Brown. And I wish they'd have traded him just so we don't have to hear anything else about him. And he's putting stuff on social media telling people, if you've got me on your fantasy league, don't. And then everybody in the media goes, well, why would you do that? And he said, I'm not backing down from anything. So they got problems. They win in spite of those problems. They got some injury issues. It wouldn't surprise me if the Lions go in there and win that game, especially if they can look like they looked last week. But you go back when they lost that home game to Minnesota, and that got him to take over the play calling. And I love Dan Campbell. You know, he's overcome being an Aggie, and he gets great respect in the NFL. And it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not predicting it, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Lions don't go in there and come away with a victory.
Yeah, he wants them to run it. He wants them to pound it. And I think he made his point.
You know, he said he loves the fans there, and he said they like to throw batteries. And I'm thinking, man, you just gave them more ammunition. People that weren't thinking about taking double D or C batteries, they should somehow confiscate them. The batteries go off if you go through security, but they're going to have so many batteries thrown at them after he said that. But he said it with great respect and admiration.
Yeah.
I thought they used to put the batteries in snowballs.
That was in Cleveland.
Oh.
Cleveland, I'll tell you all a quick story. In 1988, the Oilers and Browns played the last game at old Cleveland Stadium, the Mistake on the Lake, and the winner got to host the other in the wild card game, and the Browns won, and the Browns hosted the Texans and the Oilers the next week. Marty Schottenheimer and Jerry Glanville were the coaches, and they hated each other. And we meaning the media, talked Jerry Glanville into taking a bite out of a dog biscuit since they were playing the Dogs. And the photographers took a picture. AP picked it up. Every media outlet ran it in Cleveland area, and Glanville had to wear a bulletproof vest because of death threats. Nobody would walk next to him, stand next to him, and he had to have security outside his room because my room was next to his. And as I walk down this long hall at the old airport Marriott, and I see a cop outside my door, and I'm thinking, well, why is he outside my door? I didn't do anything. And then I get up there and see it's next to Glanville's suite. So in pregame warmups, the Browns always put the visiting team in front of the dog pound. And the dog pound was right on top of the end zone. And while the players are dodging snowballs and D batteries and everything else, Glanville is antagonizing the Browns fans, but he's standing far enough away where they can't reach him, but not so with the players. Now, I didn't know this till after Warren Moon was in the Hall of Fame. But in those pregame warmups, the players were really upset that Glanville was doing that. And so a receiver, Leonard Harris, was running a route. And Moon was about to throw him the ball in pregame warmups, and he sees Leonard is heading right toward Glanville. So he waits, and he waits, and he waits, and he throws it. And the ball and Leonard arrive at Glanville at the same time. Boom! He blew out his ACL. And didn't tell anybody, coached with it, with the injury, and the Oilers won. Huge upset. Marty Schottenheimer fired the next day, goes to Kansas City. The rest is history. But those batteries that they would throw out there and at those things hurt. And they always tell me, keep your helmet on at all times on the sideline. Never take off your helmet.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Nuts. John, these Patriots, man, they continue the roll right now, 9-2, playing good football. We know that schedule's weak as hell, but you got to give Rabel, Drake May, Stephon Diggs, and his 30 kids a lot of credit for the success they're having right now.
Soon to be 31. Diggs is playing great. For a guy that blew out his ACL after 8 games here last year, and he had to step up while Nico Collins was out 5 games, and then he went out. People wonder why C.J. Stroud didn't have the big stats. Well, you lost those guys. And Diggs is playing great. Drake May's playing great. But Drake May for the MVP over Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford's best quarterback in the NFL right now. He's the MVP, not Drake May. Stafford has 3 consecutive games with 4 touchdowns and no interceptions, the first in NFL history to do that. And he's been great all season, and they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And I don't know that the Patriots are, but I do remember this. In 1998, the St. Louis Rams were 4-12. In 1999 preseason, their quarterback Trent Green got hurt, and they stick with some guy named Kurt Warner who used to stock grocery shelves, and it bounced around in different leagues, and they put Kurt in, and the rest is history. And so maybe they can do it. They won, I think, 4 games last year. Vrabel's a great coach. He's going to win Coach of the Year, and I'm happy for him. Everybody thought it'd be next year at the earliest that they contended, but they're on a roll, and the road to the Super Bowl is going to go through Foxborough, just like it used to for 2 decades with Tom Brady there.
Are you still feeling Buffalo and the Lions?
There's still a lot left in the season. We've seen teams start fast and fade. Teams start slow for whatever reason, like the Ravens, and then they come on like gangbusters. I feel better about the Lions because they had the big coaching changes. The Bills did not. And the Bills are just missing something. People say they need another receiver. Their run defense is not good. But you got Josh Allen, and you got a great running back, James Cook, and you should be able, if teams run the ball on you all the time, they're not going to score a lot of touchdowns. Those come from big plays. So I'm more worried about them than I am the Lions because we saw what the Lions are capable of when Campbell took over the play calling.
Yeah.
Well, the Colts are at 8-2. The Broncos are at 8-2. The Eagles are 7-2. I mean, the Colts, you think they have what it takes to make the run?
I went to NRG Stadium. I got there at 8:15 Sunday morning because I wanted to watch the Colts and the Falcons because I hadn't been watching the Colts because I'm covering the Texans, but I wanted to watch them. The Falcons did everything they could not to win that game. Now here's a great example. Jonathan Taylor had over 300 yards as a rusher and receiver, and he had to score to win in overtime. So you can let somebody run on you. You can't let them pass on you. And for the last 2 games, Daniel Jones has not been the quarterback he was before that. And Pittsburgh showed if you contain Jonathan Taylor, Steelers limited him 45 yards, and make Jones win the game, he hasn't done it. But it's hard to limit Taylor the way the Steelers did. And Taylor's had some of his best games against the Texans. He's been a nemesis. But when I talk about a Super Bowl team, I'm looking at the quarterbacks. Do I think Daniel Jones is a Super Bowl quarterback right now? No, I don't. Drake May, he could be. And Josh Allen, absolutely. Jared Goff, of course. Matthew Stafford, yes. Patrick Mahomes, of course. And those guys that are healthy, those great quarterbacks, they tend to take over. It's not that they're just twiddling their thumbs early in the season. But, boy, when the wind blows and it gets colder and you're an outdoors team, it just does something to your players, and it's led by the quarterback. It won't surprise me at all. Texans beat Tennessee decisively. They're 5-5. Bills will come in here after beating the Buccaneers, and the Bills will beat the Texans, and then they'll be on that big roll toward the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you mentioned the Falcons, John, and obviously they haven't lived up to the expectations they had coming into the season, now being 3-6, which it's confusing because you got a player like Bijan Robinson, you got Drake London, he's one of the top receivers in the NFL. What's gone wrong for the Falcons this year to end up where they are at this point?
Michael Penix is not playing nearly as well as they wanted him to play. He's been bothered by some issues. And they look at it as we've got 2 backs. We got Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algiers. Robinson needs the ball more. To me, Tyler Algiers is a supplemental guy because, as you guys know, Robinson is capable of going the distance anytime he touches the ball as a runner and receiver. And he is the best receiver in the NFL at running back. And maybe they're afraid they're going to use him too much. Well, use him. You can't be looking at next year. You're looking at this season. You think that the Colts, if they had Tyler Algiers, they'd be running Jonathan Taylor less? I don't think so. I just think they have not used Robinson the way they should. Maybe they'll wake up and do it. They still have a chance to win that division, especially if the Buccaneers lose at Buffalo, a second consecutive defeat. But man, he is the best player on that team. Drake London is number 2, and they got to get the ball to those 2 playmakers.
John, the Bears, I mean, that last place schedule, I mean, they have scored 8 points less than their opponents, and they're 6-3. I mean, what do we make of the Bears?
They've been pulling games out in the fourth quarter. They've played an easier schedule, and they've beaten the Giants. They've beaten the Bengals. They have done a really good job in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams keeps getting better and better. He's on a pace to become the first 4,000-yard passer in Chicago history. That seems so strange when you consider 4,000-yard passers is no big deal most other places, but in Chicago, because Soldier Field is right on Lake Michigan, and the wind blows all the time. Just like the Browns, they have had one 4,000-yard passer. Back in 1980, Brian Sipe from the Cardiac Kids, because their stadium is on Lake Erie. And I've been told by a couple of my friends that have covered the Browns forever, this new stadium, which is going to be away from the lake, that's going to be indoors, all of a sudden, you're going to see them start having 4,000-yard seasons on a regular basis. They don't have to always have a running game. And the Bears have a good running game, but Caleb Williams, he and Ben Johnson have gone together great. There have been some tough times and some learning lessons for Williams. But, boy, there's a reason he was first overall, and he should be down on his knees every night thanking the Lord that he got Ben Johnson as his coach.
John, Seahawks and Rams, big-time game in the NFC West. Who you like in this one?
The first of their 2 games, and when I think about these 2 teams, I think they're going to split their series. But I think the Rams are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And I can't say that about the Seahawks, even though Sam Darnold's playing well. They're balanced. Their offensive line's healthy. Their defense is great. Mike McDonald's done a tremendous job in his second season. But, as I said earlier, it comes down to the quarterbacks. Who you taking? The Rams, Matthew Stafford, or the Seahawks, Sam Darnold in the playoffs? I can't get beyond the fact that Darnold was magnificent in regular season last year, 14-3, and then he got in the playoffs and stunk it up. And Stafford does not do that. He was one bad drive from being in the Super Bowl last year, where upsetting the Eagles on the way to the NFC Championship game. But in that case, people say, well, you go with a home team. I'm going with a quarterback. So I would say the Rams. I think they'll split it. I think the Rams will be legit. And as far as Darnold, I want to see him have a couple good playoff games before I start thinking next year he is a potential Super Bowl quarterback.
John, you're the man. I was going to ask you about the Chiefs and the Broncos real quick. Do you have time for that?
Sure, I got plenty of time. The Broncos have a Super Bowl defense, and their offense has been a huge disappointment. Just like beating the Texans on a field goal with no time left, in which the Texans just gave you the game, and they've been struggling big time on offense. Bo Nix has got to play better, and so far he's been wildly inconsistent. Your defense can't keep keeping you in games. The Chiefs, I keep waiting for them to turn it on. They don't have the running game they had in the past. They still have issues, but their defense is really good with Steve Spagnuolo, Andy Reid, premier play caller. It's like Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, we'll get to the point where we got to get serious about the Super Bowl. And that time could come. And but I think it's going to be a fun game to see. what the Broncos and Vance Joseph, their coordinator, have cooked up for Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
You got one more, Zay, or
Yeah, John, the Rockets, man. Reed Shepherd's playing a lot better than he was at the beginning of the season. It looks like the Rockets are really starting to find a stride, especially since Shepherd started to knock down shots.
Well, the reason Reed Shepherd is knocking down shots is because they've been blowing teams out and the backups get more playing time. And when he's played, he's got better and better. He's coming off the best game of his career. Great shooting from threes, from two. His weakness is defense. Amen Thompson, the starting point guard's strength is defense. And Thompson is a great player. Reed Shepherd's never going to be a great player, but people here have been relieved that he is playing like he is right now. Hopefully, every game's going to be a blowout and he'll get to play. At some point, he's going to have to play against a great team like OKC or the Spurs. And he's going to have to do it with the big boys, but people are fired up about the Rockets, and I can't wait to when they play OKC again because they lost that first 1 point in double overtime.
John, you're the best. We look forward to it every Friday. Upset Saturday if it happens.
You are a genius.
If it doesn't happen,
you are a dumbass.
There you go. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Thank you. I hope you're a genius. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
There he is. John McClain.
It's funny, man.
The general. All right.
he said after I said Stephon Diggs got 30 kids, he said now he got 31.
31.
John's funny. John's funny as hell. That's my man.
Yeah. Hey, I'm taking my Super Beats Heart Chew right now on the air from Humann. Humann with 2 N's. And listen, I'm unfolding my Super Beats Heart Chew right now. This promotes heart health. It tastes great. Look at this right there. I unfolded it. Now I'm ingesting my Super Beats Heart Chew. That can be yours too. And listen, I've tried all the supplements. It's embarrassing how many supplements I've tried. But I'm trying to make sure that I'm taking care of myself. I want to keep playing tennis. The thing I love about Humann is that their Super Beats science, which is formulated at the University of Texas Health Science Center, is award-winning research, and it backs up why cardiologists say, hey, Super Beats Heart Chew promotes heart health, promotes good blood pressure. And you go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU, load up on and use the promo code TSU. Load up on the Super Beats Heart Chews, but load up on the turmeric chews too, which help with, anti-inflammation. The Glynocalyx, which is the super multivitamin from Humann. You're going to feel better. You're going to feel better physically. The brain fog goes away. And when you use the promo code TSU, you get an extra 20% off your first order. So load up and get multiple bags of the Super Beats Heart Chews, multiple bags of the turmeric chews, the Glynocalyx, and there's a 90-day guarantee. So if you're not feeling it, you can send it back. There's no risk for you, but you're going to feel good. I promise you that. And for my guys who are snoring, I want you to feel good too. I want you to get the sleep that you need to get. Because if you're listening to me and you hear me talking about the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin, 2 locations in Lakeway and the Arboretum, and you're like, no, don't do that. I want you to get that good sleep. I want you to wake up rested. I want you to feel good. And you go to Sleep Cycle Center, plural.com, Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study, and because it's Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, has the best technology to detect sleep apnea and the best treatment options, that sleep study is everything. So the fact he's taking $100 off because of our partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered, that benefits you. Take care of yourself. Don't just shrug your shoulders and whatever. No, he's got the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep, to surgery. Listen, you want to get good night's sleep and you don't want to risk your life. We're talking about a lack of oxygen here. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, holiday season's coming up. If you don't have a big screen that makes you feel like you're on the sideline at the game, then we need to get you in touch with our man, Tom McKay, who's been the audiovisual guy in Austin for 37 years. He's put big screens and surround sound in 3 different houses for me in that time span, and I cannot recommend him highly enough. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens, so you don't need to go, lugging 80-inch screens around town, punching holes near drywall. Just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They're going to hang it like a masterpiece in a museum. You're going to love it. You deserve it. Treat yourself. 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. And then, when you order your big screen, go to Cover 3 and celebrate. Great food. Go to Cover 3 tonight, or watch the game there tomorrow. I mean, it is the ultimate place. You got high-end food without the high-end prices. You got great service, great drinks, great vibe. And oh, by the way, I can watch my favorite team there. And it is definitely a place to watch the Longhorns take on Georgia. But get your reservations in. Have fun. Hey, how about brunch this weekend? The breakfast quesadilla, love it. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, they'll put shrimp, bacon, whatever you want in that Bloody Mary. It's going to blow your doors off. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. All right, Zay. We got picks. We got stuff. What are we doing?
Well, of course, Texas basketball loses in the battle for number 3 overall player in the nation, Cameron Williams, to, you guessed it, Duke. It was down to Texas, Duke, and Arizona.
Well, we find out Monday about Austin Gooseby. He moved his announcement date from today to Monday.
Yeah, and apparently it's between BYU and Texas. So
okay,
I think Duke and Baylor have kind of been nudged out. So we'll see if it's the money or playing with, being in the same city as Big Bro and having his parents feel comfortable that both of their kids, being from Melissa, Texas, are now in Austin together. Obviously, that trip makes a lot of sense when you visit the both of them. I don't know, Austin. Come on, baby. Come on. Make the right decision. Because BYU, they don't give a damn about money right now. They could care less, clearly. Them Mormons, they just throwing it around. So, good luck.
Hey, they want their basketball to be top notch.
Well, I didn't know they liked hoops so much.
I know.
I don't know what Kalani Satake's getting, but he's probably looking at AJ DeBanza, who apparently allegedly making $5 million, maybe more, but at least $5 million for 1 year. So
that's a
college basketball, college sports here in 2025.
Yeah, you got to find those hidden gems that don't cost you $5 million.
Right.
All right. Well, for the chip shot, I'll start. I'm rolling with this upset Saturday. I'm feeling it. It could be gas, could be indigestion. But something tells me every once in a while I get that feeling of, and I've said OU over Bama. That could be tough. In Tuscaloosa. Texas over Georgia. That's tough. Pitt, who knows what Pitt is doing. Their coach is talking about how he doesn't care if they beat Notre Dame or not because it's not an ACC game. Pat Narduzzi. Don't be a idiot. Iowa over USC 1 week after playing, in the rain in Iowa City and losing to Oregon. But I think Iowa, that's a bad matchup for USC. And Florida, who knows what Florida's doing. But if Florida wanted to, put it all together one last time, wouldn't this be the game? And could Ole Miss possibly be distracted? And then Baylor against Utah, Sawyer Robertson, this guy can get it done. So I'm rolling with it. I'm either going to look like a genius or a complete idiot. That's okay.
It's all right.
Putting it out there. So
I like your optimism, man. I like the, picking the underdog, not going with the chalk. I mean, Texas could use all that. That's for sure. Definitely benefit the Horns.
Yeah.
Those games went that way, but Horns got to take care of business, man.
Big Ocho raises his draft stock this weekend. Hey, Big Ocho. Big Ocho had a big impact in that SEC title game.
Did he, or did he force Gunnar Stockton to be the starter and possibly
right? Maybe Texas would have won that game if Carson Beck stayed in it.
Seriously,
damn it, Big Ocho.
Yeah, damn it for you.
That was the one strip sack we didn't need, right?
Yeah.
Nah, hey, Trey Moore's playing good.
Yeah, he could have a big game also, just because he's so versatile. I need a big game from him. Give me one. He's been solid, but give me one. 8. Let's see what he could do.
Yeah. All right.
I'll have some ignorance before we get to our
get some ignorance before we get to the picks.
All right. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated, the best in the biz. It is the weekend. And hey, you want a vehicle where you can get your errands done. Christmas is right around the corner. I know them presents. Got to get them. And sometimes that present could be a car, like at Covert BK. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Covert BK will hook you up and give you and let you find whatever car you have in mind, your dreams, whatever. You'll find what you want at Covert Bee Cave. It could be a GMC. It could be a Buick. It could be Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, or Cadillac. They got it all. The process is easy. We went in there. Didn't feel pressure. Didn't feel like, man, it's just sometimes you just get the heebie-jeebies because you feel like someone's pulling a fast one on you. Not at Covert Bee Cave. They are classy folks. Go check them out. CovertBeeCave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. So Davis Mills, we were talking about him with John, the new starting quarterback, since CJ Stroud is out for the Houston Texans. He had a presser the other day, and they asked him, how does he stay so cool, calm, and collected? Listen to what this fool says.
What does get Davis Mills rattled? Does anything?
Not much. I've kind of always had that mindset, just being calm. I've always been pretty analytical, where stuff that happens in the past doesn't bother me too much. I can't do anything about it, and I'm ready to kind of attack what's ahead and what's in the current moment. It's funny. My wife used to get mad at me sometimes, she'd ask me a question or kind of want to argue a little bit, and I like wouldn't react. She's like, "Why are you not mad?" I was like, "It is what it is. Like, we'll figure it out." So.
Thank you.
What?
Why aren't you mad? I'm trying to make you mad. Oh man.
Davis Mills, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Cause hey, make sure she ain't hear nothing. Sometimes your wife be tripping. Sometimes, sometimes she be tripping. It's okay, because sometimes we be tripping. And sometimes you just gotta let them know, hey, there's no need to interact right now. That's what you want me to do. You want me to go from 0 to 10. You don't have to do that all the time, fellas. You hear Davis Mills. Life looks good for Davis Mills. Backup quarterback role. You might have to play twice a year. You're a millionaire. Like, you see how he's just taking everything as it flows, man, including this marriage. So I like that. Like, they need to do that more at the combine. Like, ask guys, if your girl put you in blank situations, how would you react? Everybody's going to always say, oh, I'll be cool, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, well, we've asked your girl how you reacted. We've asked your exes too how you reacted. And this is what they say. How you feel about that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want my quarterback, calm, cool, and collected at all times, whether it's his woman, on the field, etc. So shout out to Davis Mills, man. I can appreciate that. All right, last thing I got of the right call ignorance here. So LaMelo Ball, LaMelo Ball family, big baller brand. They were selling the horrible shoes for $150. You order them in June. You didn't get that shoe until next March. So during LaMelo's draft process, apparently, when the Timberwolves had the number 1 pick, which they ended up choosing Anthony Edwards, good move, they were thinking about choosing LaMelo. Apparently, Chip, a reason why they didn't choose LaMelo is because when they asked him, what are you going to do? What do you think? Where do you think life is going to take you after basketball is over? This fool LaMelo said, I want to be the president of the United States. Fool, come on, bro.
Ooh.
Come on, man. Like, I can't even fathom how ignorant that is. Because this ain't one of those, you're in the first grade and you want to, teacher asks what you want to do when you grow up. This isn't one of those things. They're not trying to hear that, and it makes sense because that type of thing right there, we kind of saw that early with LaMelo. He's very immature. And now the Charlotte Hornets are in a horrible situation where they've invested so much in him and they're not getting a return on their investment because he's never available. He's always hurt and he's crazy as hell. So he's not a good leader because he thinks like this. He thinks during the draft process, it's okay to answer questions like this. So again, the Hornets, they're the Hornets for a reason. I love Knipple, but I've never been a LaMelo Ball fan. When he's healthy, he can play a little bit, but he's barely healthy, and he's a liability on and off the court. And things like this, prime example of why just it hasn't worked out down there in Charlotte. So, yeah, when I saw that today, President of the United States, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you?
These guys, man, I don't know. Maybe it's the generation. I don't know. I don't want to be the old head, get off my lawn, but I think in any generation, given these guys that are trying to draft you, that type of answer, bogus, man. But let's get to our picks, man. We've been rolling lately. I'm feeling good. I don't know how you gonna do because you on your upset stuff, but let's get it.
All right, let's get it. All right, so for my college picks, I'm going to pick the 3 upsets I feel the best about. So I'm going to start with Minnesota, which plays tonight at Oregon plus 25.5. Then I'm going to go with Pitt because their run defense is good and they're playing at home. They're plus 12.5 against Notre Dame. Hopefully that's not wishful thinking. And Iowa plus 6.5. Those are probably the upsets I feel the best about, followed by Florida, Baylor, Texas.
So when you say upset, you're just talking about these teams covering. Are you
Covering.
talking about these teams winning? Okay.
Cover.
Just to cover. Okay.
And then if they win, hey, you heard it here first.
All right. We'll see.
What you got?
Damn it. I got Notre Dame plus the points.
Damn.
Yeah.
You mean minus the points?
Minus the points, excuse me.
Notre Dame minus 12.5?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, I don't like it, but it had to be done.
It didn't have to be done.
I mean, for me,
but you feel it. You feel it.
I feel it.
Right.
I think Oklahoma's going to cover. Give me the points.
Yeah,
plus 5.5. Sooners. I think Sooners win that game, to be honest.
Woo!
Yeah.
In Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I hate saying it. I feel like, might drop Eve, but whatever.
Let's turn this playoff picture upside down.
And then to wrap it all up, give me Utah covering against Baylor. They know. They're right there. They're right there.
Look at you going head to head on.
Is that you called that? You said Baylor?
I said Baylor. You're saying Utah?
Oh yeah, I'm saying Utah. Yeah.
You're saying Utah minus 8.5?
Yeah.
I got Oklahoma plus 6.5. Where are you seeing 5.5?
4-letter network.
I'm looking at that too. Odds?
Let me go and refresh that because I haven't hit refresh. Yeah, it's 6.5 now. Good call.
Yeah, and Georgia was 6.5. It went down to 5.5. Now it's back up to 6.5.
Yeah, what happened there? What do they know that we don't?
Yeah, what is that? The public money, or is that the sharp money coming in? Okay, all right. So now we go to the NFL. This is a tough week, I think, but I'm gonna take Tampa Bay plus 5.5 at Buffalo. Tampa Bay is coming off a loss. I don't think they're going to be very happy, and I think they can cover the 5.5. That's a lot.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the Seahawks plus 3.5.
Ooh,
yeah,
on the road.
On the road, man.
Interesting.
Devontae Adams hurt his back last week.
Okay.
So I'm banking that.
You're not feeling Jordan Whittington coming up with a big game in relief?
I mean, I love Jordan Whittington, but he ain't no Devontae Adams. You know what I mean? That's just
keeping it real.
Not keeping the buck there.
Just keeping it real.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take the Vikings. I know this is a little JJ McCarthy kind of scares me, but they're at home. They're coming off a loss. They're playing the Bears. Come on, Vikings, show up.
Okay. I don't know why they keep doing this to me, but I gotta go with them. Falcons. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on. Stop BSing around, Michael Penix. -3.5 against the rival. Panthers coming in town. ATL. How are the Panthers better than the Falcons right now? What are we doing? Now,
What are we doing?
Rico Dowdle, I know Cowboy fans have lost their mind on how good Rico Dowdle's been this year, but still, that team's too talented in Atlanta for them to be playing like this. So, turns around tomorrow. Give me the Falcons.
You want the Falcons?
Yep, gotta get the dirty bird on them.
Taking the Falcons. Man, I am.
You're right. Tough week.
I'm torn. But you know what? I'm gonna go with my Lions to pull the upset in Philly.
Isn't the upset since they're Super Bowl champs? Is that why you're calling it an upset?
Yeah, and the Eagles are
Okay.
7-2. They've won 3 in a row. They're kind of got it going, but
Why is AJ Brown so negative?
I don't know, man.
What is wrong with this? You just won a Super Bowl, bro. Is Philly really that depressing? Like, I know he's a Mississippi kid, so he's used to a warmer climate, but come on, bro. Get you a cheesesteak and be happy. Y'all are winning.
Yeah.
Just weird people. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go with this one. Oh, yeah, here we are. I got Chargers -2.5 against Jacksonville.
I almost took that.
Yeah, I think this is the time where Jacksonville, they start to implode. And after that game last week, like, you would think that they'd be pissed off from that, but no, this is just, that's just a preview of what we're about to see. Because I know Liam Cohen's done a decent job this year, his first season, but you're still the Jags. Travis Hunter out for the rest of the year. I like what
You know what?
doing.
I'm dropping the Vikings. I don't trust JJ McCarthy.
Oh, I can't renege. What happened?
All right, I'll leave him in there.
Nah, we got time. We got time. If you don't trust JJ McCarthy, plus you're a Lions fan picking the Vikings, that don't sound right anyway.
Yeah, that's not right. I'm going with the Chargers.
Yeah, we'll let you do that.
I'm going with Dicker the kicker.
There we go.
Dicker the kicker for the win, baby.
Dicker.
-2.5 in Jacksonville. Come on.
Dicker.
All right. There we go. And don't forget, we've got Texas Sports Unfiltered tomorrow at Victory Lap on Rainy Street. Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show, watch party. Got cold beer, giveaways, Texas, Georgia talk, and good times, baby. 85 Rainy Street. Be there. They're going to be going from 4 o'clock. All the fun you could want. Bucky and BK, they're at Victory Lap, 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, Corey, I hope I'm hyped too tomorrow at around 11-something o'clock, midnight. That'd be fun. I hope so. So, what's your score for Texas, Georgia? What do you end up?
I said 27-24 Texas in overtime.
Okay.
Mason Shipley. As if I need a effing overtime game.
Yeah, that's the last thing you need.
With an hour and a half drive from Athens back to Atlanta.
Damn.
But I don't know. For some reason, I think this thing's going to be a knockdown, drag out, instant classic.
Sure. I'm glad you feel that way because I got Georgia 27-20.
Okay. All right. I mean,
yeah.
One possession game.
Yeah.
One possession game.
I mean, when I pick against Texas, they win. So I'm hoping that, Juju could work for me a little bit, but we'll see.
Well, Ty Simpson, man. Ty Simpson. OU's got to get to him. And Mason Thomas is banged up.
Or Mason Thomas.
That's a little concerning. Because Ty Simpson, good God, 21 touchdowns, 1 pick. What he did to Georgia was almost Heisman finalist worthy. Like, send him to New York for that, because 13 of 19 on 3rd down. He couldn't be stopped. It's crazy.
Yeah, but they become one-dimensional, which that's where Alabama fans learn. They cannot run the football, at least not what they're used to seeing. So,
which kind of makes what Ty Simpson's doing even more impressive.
Right.
Because Alabama, like Texas, struggles to establish the run game. So this is it's going to be interesting.
Well, you remember my Amari Niblack take earlier in the year? We don't got the sticky notes because you're not at the crib, but that's looking good right now.
What'd you say?
That if Mari Niblack had more yards or a better year than Jack Injuries, I'm gonna lose it. And that's not the case because that fool don't even play for Texas A&M, which is crazy. Like I talk about somebody that is a hit and miss. I thought Amari Niblack would be decent, especially at Texas. And then he goes to A&M. They don't play him there either. So what did Saban know? What did Saban know that Mike Elko and Steve Sarkisian don't or didn't know? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird though.
Huh.
Yeah. I see the guys in the green room. Patrick Davis with known guest. Y'all know the man does a hell of a job. Fanatic perspective. What's up, fellas?
What's
going on?
What's up, Zay? What's up, fellas?
How we doing?
What's up, Chip?
How we doing?
We're doing good, man. We're having a good day. It's getting closer and closer, man. The stress is the stress and the anxiousness and anxiety of tomorrow's game is getting more and more real as we get closer to a game that you're just like, I really just want it to be like 8:30, like 8:30, where we know what Texas team showed up. That's where I want to be. Because at 6, even when the game starts, you have no idea. You have no idea who's there.
Wow.
Gonna be at least a quarter into it before you're like, okay, is Texas really in this game? Is Georgia really in this game? Or did one of the teams not catch the bus today?
Yeah.
One thing I want to see is, because every game, especially on the road, Texas either takes PTO or takes a lunch break at some point. We cannot have PTO for like last week or last game, right? So lunch break is a little, maybe we can navigate the waters there. We can discuss that, but we because we ain't playing 60 minutes. Come on, y'all.
Baby.
And can we make sure we don't get that ref who got suspended? Make sure he doesn't come back for this game.
Yeah.
The one that believed Kirby.
I wasn't calling time out.
I clap like this. We all clap like that. Come on, man.
Clapping.
Class act that Kirby Smart.
Just remember, he will cheat to win. Without a doubt, Kirby Smart will cheat to win. You can talk about the respect between coaches all you want. That man will cheat to win every day of the week.
Kirby induced chaos. That's my new favorite.
You guys.
Hey,
bro.
Appreciate you.
Have a good show, fellas.
Have a good weekend, fellas.
Have a great weekend. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective, joining the show today while Matt is en route to Athens, Georgia. And, of course, you're the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. Or you can hit us up right here on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, over there on YouTube. You can give us a like and a subscribe. If you like what we're doing, there will be pregame, there will be postgame right here as well. Also while you're on YouTube, you go check out my man Steven's channel and Fanatic Perspective and give that a like and a subscribe as well. Because you will love what you get there. Steven, appreciate you joining us up again today for a Friday while Matt is en route to another location, coming in the clutch out of the bullpen once again.
Hopefully can go 2-0 back-to-back Friday games, since the last time I was here was before the bye week, right before Vanderbilt, another top 10 matchup for Texas, where we were able to come out victorious. So hopefully we get the same end result on Saturday. Excited to be here. Thank you for having me on again, Patrick.
Yeah, man. I'm hoping that we get the positivity out of this game. It feels like it's a game that there's really no chance that it's just fun to watch. It doesn't feel like that's a reality of what it could be. Now, the end could be fun. There could be fun moments in it, but it doesn't feel like there's any world where we're like, oh, yeah, we're up 2 scores and just having a good old time watching Texas, Georgia. I don't think that world reality is necessarily there.
No, not against the Georgia team as good as this one. Top 5. Their last SEC game of the year for them. Yeah. They want to go out with a bang. They want to defend home field. Kirby's, how he is versus Sark and wanting to show he's the premier Saban assistant. Not these other dudes, not Lane Kiffin, not Sark. I'm the genius. All these things in play. But honestly, man, this is what you sign up for when you're a college football fan of teams like this. This is a big time matchup. It's a heavyweight fight. It's a war. Everything it's built to be, not just physically on the field, but psychologically. There's a lot of warfare. It's actually already begun. It's already begun, and we can break it down.
Yeah, no, it is. It's there. There's a lot of interesting things about this game. What is up, CB? There in the chat. We appreciate you.
What's up, CB?
But there's a lot of different angles, and it's funny because all week long I've been watching stuff and seeing everybody and reading people's different takes on it. And you see the majority of people, not all, but the majority are saying it is a Georgia win. I don't think anyone's really claiming it to be a blowout either way. I think most people are saying it's going to be a tight game and Georgia wins. But that's the reality. Is I think that this is a game that we're seeing that everybody makes their picks and everybody does it. But when no one goes, oh, it's a touchdown game or a 2-score game, it'll tell you everyone's like, we don't really know. We don't know because it depends who shows up on Saturday. And it's a game that in all reality, I've heard this argument used a bunch is, well, if Texas A+ team shows up against Georgia's A+ team, Texas wins. I don't know if that's the case. I think that's the way the ball bounces. I think they're really evenly matched in a lot of ways. And I think that depending on how things go, where, you get a good block on somebody or all of that, I think you can switch that game either way. But the question is, for me, one of my biggest questions I've asked all week is Texas A+ team going to show up? Because they haven't on the road this season. In true road games, they have not shown up like that. And can a team that the biggest takeaway we had after week 1 of the football season against Ohio State was, man, this team is young. This team is so young. And we're here about 2.5 months later. And is that team grown up enough now that they understand what they're walking into in a night game in Athens, that their season's on the line? Have they grown up that much in 2.5 months? And Steven, I don't know the answer to that. Nobody knows the answer, and we won't until 7:30, 8 o'clock on Saturday.
It's funny you say about A+. Does Texas need their A+ to win this game? Is that necessary? I think there's a lot of nuance here. For example, you brought up the Ohio State game. Texas being young, that was definitely the narrative coming out. Now that loss has aged a lot better considering how well Ohio State has played, and really no one's really given them comp since Texas. So now it's like, well, Texas did hold them to 14 points. It was within a score. Everybody else getting smoked by those guys. Yeah. So... And we know we did not play anywhere close to A+ ball at Ohio State, especially on the offensive side. So what is necessary, right? What is the path to victory for this Texas football team realistically? I don't think it's realistic for them to flip a switch and just be flawless and be, we talk about Missouri Sharp from 2007. That ain't happening. Okay. But can you give me more of what you gave me for 75% of the Vanderbilt game? Can you give me more of what you gave me for the second half of the OU game? Right? Because Georgia is beatable, Patrick. This Ole Miss team went in there and played good football for 75% of the game and hung in there. They lost the shootout, but they hung around with them. Alabama went in there and beat Georgia at their own game. They started well and got up by a bunch of points and converted third down after third down after third down, and used a similar strategy that we did against OU, where they had ball control and they were converting third down with Ty Simpson, just staying ahead of the chains. No sexy stats. They didn't run for 200-something yards. They didn't throw for 300 yards. But Ty Simpson was on time and at control at the line of scrimmage. So he's already shown that it can be done. But what is the path to victory for Texas and their personnel?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's that world of, we've heard so much talk about Texas being inconsistent and we don't know what Texas team is going to show up. The reality is we don't know what Georgia team is going to show up.
Exactly.
Because as much as everybody wants to say, oh, the last 3 weeks, this is the real Georgia, and oh, we saw Mississippi State, they turned it on, and now this is the Georgia team of years past. Like, it's not. And they haven't been wildly consistent. This is maybe the worst Georgia defense since Kirby Smart's been there. Now, that's not saying they're a bad defense. It's just saying he has had electric, amazing, top-of-the-line elite defenses, and this ain't one of them.
For him,
and that's the reality. Now, their linebacker core is about as good as it's ever been. The linebacker core is really good, but there's some holes in the secondary. There's some holes on the D-line. So there are ways to attack this, that it is not a Texas team trying to slow down a much better Georgia offense, and then, oh, my God, we have to put up, how are we going to even put up 10 points against this Georgia defense? You can. Now, you can't if your offensive line does not work again. You can't if Arch doesn't play at the level he needs to play at. But if your guys go win some battles, you'll be in the game and be able to get it done. And on the flip side of that, as good as this Georgia offense has been, and Gunnar Stockton is continuing to get better and better as the season goes on, they have not been consistently running the football like Georgia football does all season long. They, had a couple games recently that they were able to run the ball a little bit better, but they have not done it against this defense anything like what Texas has. So can Texas stop that run game, make them one-dimensional, and do it without loading the box? Because that is another one of those key pieces that Texas is just going to have to figure out in this game. But, I mean, there's so many different things we want to get into because there's all these pieces. I will still say my biggest point of this game, the deciding factor to me on everything else, is the one-on-ones, because overall the teams are similar in a lot of different ways. There isn't necessarily the schematic matchup advantage at any point that you really look at and go, oh, this decides the game this way or the other. It's the one-on-ones. It's the matchups. It's, can Colin Simmons create pressure without blitzing? It's, can the offensive line hold off a four-man rush? Can they Can they win those battles? Can the wide receivers get space where Arch Manning's able to find them? Can Arch Manning hit his wide receivers? Can we get those little pieces where those guys are playing one-on-one better than their opponents? Can they bring the fight to Georgia like they did to Alabama a few years ago? When they walked in there, they brought the fight, and Alabama was thrown off because they were not expecting it. I don't think Georgia's expecting it. I think Georgia's expecting a good game. I think they're expecting a lot of things, but they expect to be the more physical team. At home, playing Texas, they played them twice last year. I think they feel like, no, we're going to be a more physical team. Can you go in there and at least match their physicality? And for me, those one-on-ones, that intent and purpose from the beginning of the game for Texas really is going to signify, does Texas feel like a team that can really has turned a corner and has grown up a lot in 2.5 months? Or does it feel like a team that's hoping they get a couple breaks to go their way and hope that Arch Manning has, his Heisman game this season? Because that, one or the other, it's going to be, yes, they can win, as you said earlier, if they don't play A+, but how many of the 22 on that field aren't A+? Because if it's 7, you ain't winning. If it's 3, maybe. But you have to get that down and up. And that, for me, Steven, is really kind of my biggest point. And that's when we start to look at these Georgia players. We'll get into them in just a minute. You have to start looking at them individually and going, can you win matchups against these guys?
My biggest key, and that's a really good one. One-on-ones, who can really dominate their one-on-one. Yeah. I'm with you there, Patrick. That is a significant key to the game. For me, I'm gonna go a little bit more macro than you are. Yours is really into the game. Mine is more big picture, and I've talked about it on my channel this week. Who wins the moments in this game? Yeah. Because I think everybody agrees that this is going to be a close football game, potentially a phone booth type football game where both teams are pretty efficient, doing what they came in and executed to do. But these big games under Sark, the margin has been very close, but we haven't won a lot of them. His last signature, real true big game, I know some people may say Arizona State in terms of ranking, but it was Bama in 2023. Let's just keep it a buck, right? Texas won the big moments in those games. When there was that moment of it could go this way or that way, Texas seemed to always those 50-50 moments. And that's where we've struggled in a lot of these games, whether it's against Ryan Day, whether it's against Kalen DeBoer or Kirby Smart. SEC championship game, you guys allow a fake punt with no punter on the field. Attention to details, right? The little things, the field goal kicking. The Texas played well. They played well enough to win, but that's not enough in those games, right? Not allowing the Travion Henderson 75-yard screen pass to go for a touchdown when your defense was damn near flawless for 2 quarters, right? Having that one moment occur that breaks the dam, right? And makes the difference in the game. That's been an issue for Sark in all of his big game losses, including Ohio State, the first game of the year, which was a 1-score game. Ohio State crossed the 50-yard line twice in that game, and one of them was Carnell Tate for a 50-yarder on Jalen Gilbo, right? Like very, very, very tight margins. But what moment goes on what side? And in that case, it went to Ohio State. Can Texas generate some of those to where the ball comes our way? Or Sark is able to generate something with details that he's noticed on film, or Arch is able to do something that he's seen on film or seen pre-snap, and it makes all the big difference in the world. That's something that Kalen DeBoer and Ty Simpson were able to win and do in Athens earlier this season, because that game was 24-21. It was a matter of moments. And so I think that's going to be the same thing for Texas.
No, I'm right there with you. I think that's a great key, because it is for Texas too many times this year when momentum has started to swing. They haven't been able to shut the door. They haven't been able to swing it back, especially on the road. They just haven't had that moment. Now, we saw in Florida, we saw in Ohio State, and we saw in Mississippi State that they did not want to die. And they were able to, late in the game, make a run back. Mm-hmm. And in Mississippi State, they finally were able to get it done. But in all those games, they fought back. But it was, if you would have found that swing back 2 quarters ago, you'd be handily winning this game. But you just got so in your own head, and it took halftime, and then it took you finally getting a win somewhere, and then you're like, oh, wait, we can actually do this. And it's just, you see it too often with this team being really young, that they don't have that mental fortitude to, when you get knocked down, get right back up again and go start the fight again. They kind of tend to, when they get knocked down, go, all right, let's just play it out till the end of the round. And you go, you can't do that. You know, if it's second down and you get hit for a loss, on third down, you can't just run a bad play and go to the sideline and take a sack and let the crowd go insane on you on third down, where you could have picked up 9 and you get the stop, but the crowd's like, it wasn't what I wanted to see. You know, You can have something in there to go, yeah, I get you. You stopped us, but you didn't really kill us. And they just haven't done that enough this season, but it's what you want to see as the season continues on. It's what you want to see as the time is continuing to push here for Texas, is you want them to be, you want to figure out that time where they are playing at that level that they can pick those moments up. We think Arch has gotten better at it. having the team healthy. By the way, the injury report is a thing of beauty again this morning, last night when you looked at it, and it still said none to report. Whew, man, thing of beauty to see.
This late in the season is crazy. That
it is.
Yeah.
And I mean, but this is the time. And I mean, we saw Sark at this press conference on Monday talk about how he wasn't thrilled about the scheduling, that Texas is in a different spot than the rest of these SEC teams, where Georgia's got their last SEC conference game, and then they got an easy one next week, where he's like, yeah, we would love to have an easy one between Georgia and A&M. Man, how great would it be if we'd have played Arkansas week 2 or 3? We could have beat them still. And then now we get basically getting rest and resting some of our players, before we go play A&M, where we got to play Georgia. Then we got to play an Arkansas team who's going to be coming in trying to beat us up. And then we got to play A&M the next week. So I get those concepts. There's nothing you can do. The reason why that is because you book these 8-10 years out a lot of times. And
there's not the old guard SEC teams that already have that structure built in.
Yeah, my guess is once we get to like 2030, we'll be in that same pattern.
Yeah, and Sark and them come from the SEC too, at least most recently. So they've also been used to that type of style. Georgia's always going to finish the season with Georgia Tech. So Georgia is a one-off in the sense that they have to start their SEC slate earlier than everybody else. They will always finish later. But to Sark's greater point, all we're asking for is just that little break, or saving one of those non-cons for later on. Now I understand it, now that we're here. I used to, being on the flip side of the Big 12 all those years, I used to call them out. But now having gone through the gauntlet, so to speak, it definitely makes sense, versus having to play back-to-back rivalry games after this game, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, in all reality, it would be fine if the rest of the SEC played the way Texas does. It'd be fine. It'd be hard, but everybody's doing it. But when you sit and you say, they're not changing how they do things, and we will be at a detriment to continue doing things the way we are, when we have to change. It was, laughing about Kirby Smart will cheat to win. It is that concept. You're like, it's not cheating. It's just, why put ourselves in a disadvantage if we don't?
You got to play the game, Patrick.
Yes,
you got to play the game.
Exactly.
Just like Kirby had Billy Napier practice all week. You got to play the game.
Yeah. So
we'll see Arch Manning playing the game too with doing study Zoom sessions with Ty Simpson. We all playing the game out here, baby.
Yeah. No, everybody's doing what they got to do, and hell, hopefully we'll get that Arch Manning Ty Simpson matchup in the SEC championship. Which, by the way, go Florida. Come on. That's pretty much the only way we're getting there is if Ole Miss takes a loss. So we need them to either lose there or in Starkville. But you're just like, just get the loss early. Matt's not here, so I can root against Ole Miss more openly here. Let's get to our players to know real quick before we get into the game plan for Texas of what needs to happen for Texas to have a shot in this game. Then we'll get our predictions. We'll go through everything else. If you guys have predictions, make sure to throw those in to the chat and throw those in on the text line. Of course, your big player to know on the offense is Gunnar Stockton, number 14. He is your junior quarterback, dual threat quarterback. He has improved vastly on his downfield passing this season. Something that maybe he didn't really fully have in his bag before that. He's really good at reading blitzes and ditching the ball out, but he doesn't hit checkdowns a lot of times. He likes to hit guys down the sideline. He likes to throw the ball downfield. They have a lot of tight ends that they like to throw to in the blitz. So when you see those blitzes, that's why you don't necessarily want to blitz Gunnar Stockton a ton. Same thing for Arch. We can say Arch is good off the blitz as well. They're both pretty good at those things. He is really, really a gamer. He is a gamer's gamer. He plays until the end of the game and will fight until you literally blow that last whistle and tell him there's no reason to keep going. The big thing I always try and put in these, the positives and then the negatives. A lot of times when I do these, it's maybe 50-50. Some of the early games this season, it was like kind of speeding up. The negatives are bigger than the positives. This is all of them. I'm listing some negatives. They're really small negatives on this Georgia team. Gunnar Stockton's one is he is not really the prototypical body size strength of a quarterback. He doesn't have the necessary arm strength to throw downfield of throwing that bullet pass right down the sideline to go 30, 40 yards. He doesn't really have that throw in him. He can make it work, just like how Major Applewhite used to. But there's a little bit more air under it. It allows the possibility for you to make a play on the defense because of those throws. He's also a little bit shorter at 6'1" than you really want your quarterback to be, because when a lineman stands up and they're 6'5", you cannot see past them. So that's those little things of why those are the main reasons why he's not really considered to be a prospect in the NFL right now, is basically his body is not an NFL body. But every other thing that makes a good college quarterback, he's got all of those things.
He's a leader. He's a field general. Very good athlete, underrated athlete, but we should know that well because he came in, he essentially took over the football team the second half of the SEC championship game, y'all. And you know what the issues we had?
He said Trey Moore started the Gunnar Stockton era.
Bingo, right? And it was a completely different style of quarterback and accounting. We didn't have PK had to set up keys for QB run game in the middle of the half because we didn't have any installed for Carson Beck. So Gunnar Stockton, by the way, 320 yards on the ground this year, 7 touchdowns on the ground. So very similar numbers to Arch Manning and how they utilize him around goal line, zone reads, quarterback keepers, things of that sort. But he's also a clutch and smart runner when he needs to pick up yards, just like you saw in the SEC championship game against us. And that was when he was raw. Now he's a much more developed, refined player. His touchdown to interception ratio this year is outstanding, 15-2. He's only thrown 2 picks all season, almost 70% completion percentage with all of these weapons. He is in full command of Mike Bobo's offense.
Yes. Then we go to the running backs. You get Nate Frazier, who's number 3. Remember him from last year, sophomore running back. He's got great speed. He's got some power through the tackles. He falls forward, sure-handed guy. I'm going to say this on both running backs. Just say this as loud as I can to really just try and jinx things. 0 fumbles in his career. Not one. He's never fumbled the football in his career. 0 fumbles for Nate Frazier. He's got 5.7 yards per carry. He can break a big one from you too. He's got that type of speed. But he is somebody that if you wrap him up, you hit him, you can put him down. He isn't necessarily one of those bowling ball guys that, it takes group tackling. You can tackle him one-on-one, but you're going to have to be able to get to him first. If that line gives him a big enough hole, it becomes much harder. If you can get a hand on him at the line of scrimmage, you can slow him down and really slow this run game down. A lot of people have done it. The other running back who is a little bit more powerful is Chauncey Bowens. He is number 33. He is their freshman running back, 5'11", 225. That extra 20-plus pounds of muscle that goes on Chauncey Bowens. He is a guy who will be a little bit more of pushing through. He still can bounce one to the outside every once in a while. He's got some speed as well. And once again, you know what, Steven? 0 fumbles in his career. 0 fumbles.
I gotta make one correction though, Patrick, on Frazier. Frazier fumbled in the Alabama game and got benched.
Did he?
He did. And
okay.
I
was looking at the stats earlier. It wasn't on the stats.
It's yeah. If you look it up, he fumbled because I actually remember watching. Yeah. He fumbled in the Georgia Alabama game. It can't happen. He was immediately benched, which is kind of what led to Bowens starting to get more touches. But Bowens, I don't know. I don't think he's fumbled out. I think that's accurate. But Frazier has.
Okay.
So there is the potential.
When I was looking that up. So
no worries.
Yeah. No, all right. But yeah, but you look at those running backs. They've had some issues this season getting going in the running game because they don't necessarily have an elite back who is a guy that if the offensive line doesn't open up a hole is going to power through and get you that extra yardage. Like when we look at it, like a Bijan Robinson is the guy that you look at as a guy who averaged, yards after contact were more than his regular yards because he got touched behind the line of scrimmage every game and every play, and he would still go run the ball. These guys aren't necessarily those guys. So if you get your hands on him, you can really slow him down and get him going. But if you don't, and you allow them to be able to run the ball a little bit more because you're sitting back on them because the offensive line's controlling you and bringing the fight to you instead of you bringing the fight to them, then they're going to be able to break up some big ones and put Georgia not only on schedule but ahead of schedule because, when you run a ball on first down and get 15 yards, you're just dancing. And then you're like, well, we're going to run that play over and over again until they can stop it. So the running backs for Georgia are talented, but not your grandpa's Georgia of they have these running backs that are just monsters and good luck.
Yeah, there's not like a Todd Gurley or a Nick Chubb or even, even like ATN had 5 touchdowns versus us in 2 games last year or something like that. So, however, they are productive to your point, Patrick.
Yes.
Very productive group. Now, I want to give a shout out to Roddy Jones on ESPN because he actually made the point about where Georgia's offense, the rare moments where they've slowed down. No one shut Georgia's offense down.
Yes.
But the rare moments where they've slowed down, where they've been at like 20 points or 21 points, has been when people have been able to contain the run game and really make Gunnar Stockton's really good. And I just thought, but he's had the benefit of balance the entire season, right? And so when you take away that balance, that teams like Florida were able to do successfully a little bit, have some success there against the run game. Auburn was actually the one that did a really good job of really, I think they held Frazier to like 24 yards on the ground and did a good job overall of really bottling up the run. And they kept them to 20 points. Now, Auburn only scored 10, but they did a good job against the run and kind of made Georgia more one-dimensional.
We do get a seat in the wide receiver room. For one part, you don't have to deal with their number 2 wide receiver, Colby Young. He is out pretty much for the season. We broke his leg in the Ole Miss game, so he will not be there. Leaving Zachariah Branch, who Zachariah Branch has been their number 1 all season long. He is a menace. He's a menace in special teams. He's a menace on the field. He is the dude. He is the guy they're going to go to early and often in this game. They spread the ball around to a bunch of different people, and then Zachariah Branch, and then a bunch of people on Zachariah Branch, and then a bunch of people on Zachariah Branch. He's number 1 junior wide receiver. He's got elite speed. He is a yak yards guy that once he gets a ball in his hands, they don't necessarily always chunk it to him downfield. You can put the ball on him 5 yards. You can put it on a screen, and he's been able to make people miss, get through tackles, and get his speed to be able to get down. He has that kind of punt return mentality after a catch of being able to dodge guys and get downfield and just keep aiming downfield. They can do anything they want with Zachariah Branch. He's been catching the ball, which is a huge problem for Georgia receivers last season. He's been pretty sure-handed. He is a problem that you are going to have to be dealing with all game long because as soon as he gets open, he's pretty much the number 1 read on every single play they're going to run in the pass game. So if he gets open, he's getting the ball.
You know, it's funny. Texas fans should be very familiar with Zachariah Branch because he was damn near a Texas Longhorn this offseason. Mm-hmm. We talk about, but to your point, Georgia led the nation in drop passes last season. What did they go and hammer in the portal? We're going to go get a real number 1 wide receiver. We're going to have to knock this nonsense out. Yep. We got to get a guy that is used to beating certain coverages and things of that sort. He was already well polished his freshman year when he was at USC, playing under Lincoln Riley. Honestly, the reason why we didn't get him was because his brother Zion Branch, who's a safety at Georgia and plays a lot, is a decent player. He wanted just as much money. They wanted a bag for both of them, and we were like, I don't know about your brother, dog. We need that's
good. Hey, we're good in the safety room. We're good. We don't need him.
And now he's at Georgia. So is this the best kick return matchup between him
it's got to be.
And Ryan Niblett?
It has to be. It has
must
to
see TV every time
kicks. It's one of those, another piece of the game where you go, all right, does Texas have an advantage with Ryan Niblett? And they go, well, they got Zachariah Branch. Like, damn it. Yeah. Where is that just set advantage of this is what we're better than you at? And it's just across the board, there's not a lot of ways that Texas is far superior. Not a lot of ways Georgia is far superior than Texas. And pretty much across the board in a lot of different things. Pass rush is what Texas has, by the way. That's what we do much better than Georgia, by the way. There is an answer. It's pass rush. The only other offensive people I have listed, and I don't have much about them, but Oscar Delp, Lawson Lucky, now Ulyss Williams as well. They have 3 tight ends who can run, who can block, who can catch, who can do everything to kill you, and they're all good for 1 or 2 catches a game right now. Like that's the thing is
So-
not one like Oscar Delp's really good, and people going Oscar Delp gets at most 2 catches a game. Like he's not necessarily going to kill you on the top, but you can't. They'll play 12 personnel. They'll have 2 tight ends out there, and they will just be able to go and go and go and go and go and block, and then all of a sudden one breaks out, you blitz on him, bam, hit down the sideline, and he can go. And Williams was the one that just came out, who looks like a damn NBA player out there.
Yeah,
And
6'7", 255, true freshman Elias Williams.
And he's out there.
Scary. Number 10. Also, here's the thing. They flex him out wide.
Yeah.
They will flex Elias Williams out wide. Who's covering him on Texas when they go to that set? Because they did it at Mississippi State last week and immediately threw a go ball to the guy and he mossed the hell out of somebody. Like just immediately as soon as he came in the game, true freshman, they're running a play for him where they're flexing him all the way out wide. They're like, we're like a basketball. Like, go get the rebound. And so we got to deal with him and Noah Thomas, transfer from A&M, who's 6'6", and has started to awaken on the. So they got 2 people that they can play basketball with, so to speak, between Noah Thomas and Elias Williams. Oscar Delp is interesting. Oh, Surfer Boy's in here now. He's the biggest Georgia fan. What's up, Surfer Boy? Good to see. I don't think Surfer Boy's ever come follow me on another platform, but it's good to see you, brother. But Oscar Delp was the number one tight end recruit when he came out behind Brock Bowers, and he's an awesome player. He killed us last year in Austin on the big play that flipped the moment. You talked about it the last time we were on that 3rd and 8 when we were down and everybody. And he catches he caught the long, most explosive play last year against us, number 4. He caught a ball in the seam last week against Mississippi State with the safety covered him perfect, and he caught the ball and got blasted and still survived. My question though is, do you have the Georgia injury report there by chance? Is Lawson Lucky playing?
No, he's off it.
Because I thought he got his head blown off last week. No disrespect, but like.
Yeah, no, he was probable and then came in. He's cleared to go as far as I've seen.
Lawson Lucky is going to play.
Yeah, as far as I've seen, he is off the injury report.
I would say their tight end advantage is significant in this game.
Yeah, no, it is. And so there's not necessarily one guy I can point to at and go, that guy's going to be the guy. The problem is they have 3 to 4 guys who they can put out there who will be a problem. And so it's kind of the tight end room. You should just be aware that the tight end room is going to be a problem for Texas because they're really hard to defend and they're really good at what they do. Then we look over on the defensive side of the ball, and look, we'll start off with the linebackers because that is the key and the biggest part of this defense right now. Who's playing the best football? CJ Allen, number 3, is your junior linebacker. He is a guy with great speed, great toughness, great quickness, great football IQ. He is really, really good in that run game. He tackles hard and sure. It's really hard he doesn't miss many tackles. His biggest issue is sometimes he hesitates, and you can get him on that, which is not a huge piece. It's not like you're going to get him, but sometimes you can get him on a play action. Sometimes if you put him into coverage, he maybe hesitates a little bit, and you can find an opening in there. But in the run game, he is pretty elite of a linebacker. You get Raylan Wilson, number 5, another junior linebacker. He is super fast, makes up a ton of distance on plays very quickly, can get to the offensive line and use moves to get in there and get the tackles he needs to do. Sometimes, though, he goes too fast sometimes to where he will attack and then realize it's the wrong play. So there are times you can confuse the linebackers at some points. Then we go to Chris Cole, the sophomore linebacker, number 9. He is somebody that came up as a safety, so he can actually play a little bit more coverage than the other guys. He still makes a little bit of mistakes being a younger player, but he is also another linebacker you have to worry about for this Georgia team. That linebacker core is really, really good. They're really good at stopping the run and coming up on it and not allowing you to get any extra yards. And the big matchup's going to be, can you get your tight ends on the matchups you want to have in the linebacker core? Or are you going to put them against, Chris Cole, who's probably the best defender in the pass game?
Yeah, they very good group. Like you said, just because this is a quote unquote down year for the Georgia defense under Kirby Smart does not mean that they are vulnerable or food by any means. I mean, this is still a very good group. They grade out very well stopping the run. Now, teams like again Florida just seems to be the weird team that nobody can account for, but they were able to move the ball with Jaden Ball, just like they ran the ball on us with that offensive line, and they were able to run the ball on Georgia with Jaden Ball a little bit and get underneath those guys. So it can happen. We were unsuccessful trying to run the football against these dudes last season. Can we get anything going? Here's the other key that I'm looking at between C.J. Allen and Raylan Wilson. One of them going to spy Arch. Especially when Georgia goes to that two-man under. They did it last year, but they used Jalen Walker as the spy for Quinn. And it threw Quinn off because Quinn's like, why the hell am I getting spied? But what that spy does in Kirby's system, it converts to the fifth pass rusher. And so I'm curious between Allen, especially with the issues and challenges Georgia has, getting sacks, getting pressure, getting to the quarterback. Yes. C.J. Allen does lead their team. I think he has 3.5 sacks. I think Wilson has 2.5. Between the two of them, one of them is going to be assigned as a spy, converting into the fifth pass rusher against Arch. I'm curious to see how they play that.
Yeah, it's still the craziest stat that we've seen was that Georgia had more sacks against Texas in the 2 games last season than they have this season as a team.
Wow.
I think they're like at 11 or 13. It was like 13 against us in 2 games and like 11 this season, something to that effect. But yeah, they sacked us more in 2 games last year than they've sacked anybody the entirety of the season. They just don't have the edges this year. They don't have the edges that have been really super effective. So we don't have any edges listed for you because that is not really what their best piece has been. Their linebackers, though, because they are quick, the same way we've seen Anthony Hill do it. Anthony Hill be able to sit back and see that hole open up, and then just a second later, the quarterback's on the ground.
And what people got to understand is when Anthony Hill does that, he's starting out as a spy. Yeah. It's just that if the quarterback doesn't run, he now looks like a delay blitzer. They do the same exact thing. They actually got Blake Shapen a couple times last week to help that number just off of those things. It wasn't off organic pass rush. It was off of them delaying and getting to the quarterback.
And that's one of those reasons why I know we kind of want to see C.J. Baxter a little bit more. I think Trey Wisner is going to play a lot in this game because Trey Wisner has just been better in pass coverage and pass protection. And I think they know, hey, there's going to be times when Arch is going to be doing something and that linebacker's about to come. And if you're still around and you maybe can see it and hit that guy, that'd be great for us if you can catch those out. So we might see him.
Surfer Boy said Georgia's defensive end are puppies. That's a Georgia fan saying that. So
they're young. Again, in today's landscape, when you start spending money and you bring in a safety because you're paying a wide receiver, you maybe lose out on a D end. Maybe that's what happens. So you gotta be careful with that money because it runs out. And when you're calling the same guy the 10th time, and you're like, hey, well, we got another guy. He's like, dude, I'm tapped out, man. I make $0 if y'all win. 0. I can't give you more. Can't give you another $1 million. A couple guys in the secondary to look at as well. Dalen Everett, number 6, is their senior defensive back. He has great speed and length. He erases catches from behind the play a lot. He's able to get back in there. He's really good at crashing down on the run as well. Sometimes he doesn't fully tackle the way you need to as a DB. So maybe you're hoping for some matchups to get him in the flat or get him out where you're going to be able to try and break it on the perimeter when Texas is starting to find a little bit more use in spreading things out. So we'll see if they're able to do that. And KJ Bolden, number 4, the sophomore safety, another guy with top-level speed. He has a jump in speed that allows him to bait quarterbacks a little bit more, that he'll be playing off where he knows he can make it back up in time, and then we'll come in and break up the play or get an interception. He sometimes, though, will go for too big of a play because he knows that, but you really can't play against that because he can kill you in a heartbeat if he wants to, and he gets the right jump on you. So you got to be careful about. Arch has gotten a lot better about it, about staring down receivers. But if you do that, this is the type of guy who will kill you.
You know, it's interesting with Averett in particular. He might be the biggest. How do I want to say this? Do you remember that 7-footer that used to play? I'm going Texas basketball. He played at Illinois. What was his name? He used to kill Texas every single time we played them.
Oh, I can't remember.
7-foot white boy. I'm gonna find his name in a second because Averett might be the biggest Texas killer I have seen since that kid. In 2 games we played them last year, he had 4 turnovers. 4. He had 2 in Austin. He had 2 in the SEC championship game. He had a forced fumble and a fumble recovery, and he got probably the play of the game, which was that interception where he baited like he was going to drop deep and then jumped underneath Matthew Golden and got the interception. That was Averett. Then the SEC championship game, he got 2 more interceptions on Quinn Ewers. So I know he doesn't have any picks this year. Surfer boy, why does he only play against Texas? What's up with the boy has no turnovers this year, but he had 4 against us last year. Look, we got to watch out for number 6. Just off of respect alone, what he did the last film study picks, stuff like that. He is very, very dangerous. KJ Bolden, I liked him since high school. He was a big-time safety recruit. He's filling in for Malachi Starks. The legacy of Georgia safety is just ballers, absolute ball. Plays run, plays pass. He's a dog. He's a dog.
And then I'll throw out a couple more names. They haven't been as impactful this year, at least statistically, but they are still big men in front. They are still heavy NFL prospects. And Christian Miller and Jordan Hall, the defensive tackles, they really help out in the run game. They haven't necessarily been the same impact that you want to have because of the lack of edge rushing success. It kind of makes it where they have to carry a little bit heavier of a load. But those are both guys that are real men and real players that you're going up with when you're trying to get this offensive line that has had issues. Those are guys that you just have to make sure they don't have their best game of the season against you.
Matthew Meyer, that was the guy that used to kill Texas in basketball.
Baylor,
and then he transferred to Illinois,
yes.
and he killed us both.
Westlake
kid. Yep, he was the Texas killer. That's Averett has already approached Matthew Meyer type lore.
Meyer. He had that thing, didn't he? Like he drank. He was like, I drink like 20 Red Bulls a day or something like that.
That kid.
Yes, just the worst kid imaginable.
Stuck versus everybody else. But when he played Texas, he was damn near Dirk Nowitzki. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it was the thing of him versus Brock too. Same with the Westlake kids until they knew each other, but it was like, oh yeah, I wasn't a fan of his. Not a fan.
That was my analogy.
I like it. I like it. So those are some players to know in the matchup. So let's Steven get to what the game plan has to be for Texas. Again, this is a matchup that really could go either way. That really doesn't feel like it is that separated in what they are. It's who shows up on Saturday. But if you get the right team to show up, what do you want to see Sark do in this game to try and get Texas over the hump and shut up everybody who has just been pretty disrespectful this week?
Yeah, I think you want to get Arch just in rhythm immediately, right? I expect Kirby. One thing with Kirby and Humann is when they prepare differently when they really have a lot of respect for a coach, and there's a lot of respect there. We talk about how much he wants to beat Sark, but they prep. I always say the respect is shown for your opponent and how you prepare for them.
Yeah.
When you're up late at night going crazy, that means you think they're good, right? You think that these guys, man. And that's one thing that Georgia did last year in both games was their preparation, their attention to detail. They knew Texas inside and out. And one of the things I'm looking for with Arch Manning now at the helm and being able to utilize his legs.
Okay.
Now, I think you now have somebody that Kirby smart defenses have been vulnerable. two quarterbacks that can get legs, off script. Trinidad Chambliss was able to keep drives alive in the Ole Miss game with his legs. Arch Manning is not Trinidad Chambliss in terms of quickness, but he can run and get some of those yards. He did have a 20-yard explosive run in last year's game when they were running all those things. So use that, right? I know Arch didn't run a whole lot in the Vanderbilt game. He was coming out concussion protocol. Now we're full menu again, okay? And the beauty of this, Patrick, is we now do have our best 5 offensive linemen in there coming off of by far their best game. And here's the thing. Vanderbilt got exotic. Vanderbilt was running all sorts of complex stuff. Now, they don't have the personnel Georgia does. We get that. But the offensive line, the communication, picking up all of the stunts that Vanderbilt was running, picking up the delays, picking up the exotics. Guys, go look at the film. They were fantastic at keeping Arch clean, 0 sacks. So the combination of that and Arch managing the game pre-snap, knowing when he needs to take off and run, but also when to find the check down. He has matured. Last year against Georgia, I don't know if anybody remembers this, he tries to throw a deep ball, I think to Wingo or Golden. It was a big one, but he had DeAndre Moore running a dig wide open, and he turns it down to try to throw a deep ball. Arch Manning in 2025 is taking the wide open dig. That's the development. If you saw in the Vanderbilt game, he checked it down to Trey Wisner when a guy's coming up, just moving the football. That's what Ty Simpson did. That's all he did. Yes. It wasn't sexy, but it was NFL type football where it's like, I'm going to take what the defense is giving me and I'm going to keep us on time. No negative plays. And that also avoids us getting into what? Heavily penalized situations. Texas, when we get in 3rd and 10 and all that, we start holding, bruh. That's when we start getting we start getting all these, and like old boy said on my channel the other day, hey, we 129th in the nation in penalties. We rebuke that stat in the name of Jesus. We now are on time and are measured with how we are going to operate. And so staying on time also keeps the penalties down. That is huge in this game.
Yes. No, I'm with you. Being on schedule is probably the most important thing that this Texas offense has to do, because not only does it help you win football games, it helps to destroy the crowd. It helps to destroy the will of the other team, because when you play it down and you beat your assignment and you do everything right, and it's an 8-yard gain to the other side of the field, and you're like, all right. And then it's an 8-yard, and then you're just playing. You're just like, what? I'm not really involved in this game that much. The more you can take out their safeties and you take out the guys in the back of the field, because you're not even trying to go down, and you're just starting to play and just get little passes out over the middle and just get the ball moving a little bit. And every once in a while you get a little bit bigger play and you get 15 yards and you break through one. That's how you get to missed tackles. That's how you get those pieces. I'm with you. You have to stay on schedule. That's how you attack this team. I'll say on the other side of the football, this is a game that you have to be able to win by being aggressive without blitzing. You cannot blitz a ton, but you still need to be very aggressive in your play calling. You can't play loose zones. You can't just sit out there and the bend but don't break, because if you bend but don't break, they will be on schedule against you. And everything we just said about what Texas can do will come back and hit you in the same face. So you cannot do that as well. You have to be aggressive. You have to try and get Colin Simmons and find ways to get him in there. You have to try and get Ethan Burke to get in there. You have to try and push with your guys up the middle. You have to try and get that, but let your linebackers sit back a little bit more in coverage. Try and give your defensive linemen time to get in, but be aggressive in how you're defending in the perimeter instead of playing more man. I get it. Man's hard to play against Georgia. I get it. Zachariah Branch is a man killer. I get it. But you're going to have to be able to do that a lot throughout this game, or else Zachariah Branch is going to have 8 catches for 95 yards, because one of those catches is going to break for 30. Because he's going to get the catch, and then they'll have a setup screen and a bump and a blocker, and he'll be gone, because they're really good at that. So you have to be careful with those.
Rodney Drake has a good comment here. He's talked about red zone scoring. That's something that nipped us in the SEC championship game last year. I mean, guys, in the SEC championship game, there's a lot of positives. That's why this game is so close, right? The game, we ended up losing 22-19 in overtime. Quinn Ewers, I talked about Averett being a problem.
Yes.
Quinn Ewers threw for 360 in that game. Now, we did not establish the run. Patrick, I don't know. Are we going to be able to run average more than 2.5 yards a carry versus these dudes? After
I mean, if
the
we
last
run it
couple
3
years?
times, we could probably get 15. But if we run it 10, we're probably going to get a little bit down lower. That's the thing is, like, the more you run it, the less it's probably going to go down. Just
Right.
because the law of averages are going to say this Georgia defense is going to be able to stop you.
So can we be efficient when we need dirty yards? If it's 3rd and 2, can we get 2? Right? Those, I'm not expecting us to be productive on the ground, but I would like to see us be able to pick up the dirty yards and not automatically just have to run arch to do it, right? Like if we could get that with our backs, that's where I do think CJ Baxter is critical, because that's what he was able to do versus Nick Saban his freshman year in 2023. Was he didn't get big expo. Nick Saban was like, I was just impressed y'all were bringing him in, trusting him to hold the football and get 3rd and 3. Y'all were just running the guy and getting 3 yards. And then as it opened up Alabama's defense, Jonathan Brooks starts to pop off. Do we have that right now? No. But I do think we can throw the way Quinn Ewers figured it out in the SEC championship game, where he got going and got in a rhythm, and Matthew Golden had 162 yards on 8 catches, and DeAndre Moore had 114 yards on 9 catches, as well as an explosive play touchdown for 40 yards. So those things are on film versus last year's Georgia defense with all those NFL guys. So there is some food and some money to be made here for us, just like we've seen Georgia give up 41 points to Tennessee, 35 points to Ole Miss, Ty Simpson getting in crazy rhythm and converting 65% of his 3rd downs. What did all those teams have in common? They were throwing the football, and they were throwing the football downfield on Georgia, and they remained in attack mode and were able to, whether it was the quarterback using his legs or the running back getting dirty yards, to pick up the 1st down so we can move the chains again. That's how we can't be scared. That's my point.
Yes.
We can't get in this game and all of a sudden it's Ohio State again.
Yeah.
That would bother me. Like, we have to be aggressive and moving, and we've done it before against these guys, and we can do it again.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Let's get to our MVPs and X factors here, Steve. Let's get to who is your offensive MVP for this game?
So I just talked about DeAndre Moore popping off last year in the big game that he had in the SEC championship game. I'm not going to go him again, but I will go Emmett Mosley. He's gotten better and better. The more he's been on the field with Arch, the more he's played, he just continues to impress me. He got screwed over by the referees in Austin in the Vanderbilt game with that PI call at the end, which was ridiculous. But overall, he's just been super productive. And I think he's our best overall receiver at this point. And I think he can really make some noise in this game versus Georgia. I like the way he played in big games at Stanford.
Yes.
All of his good games were the bigger games that they played, whether it was Clemson, whether it was Louisville, anytime they played a really good opponent, he showed up. And so far, when we've played in these games, he shows up. And he should have had a wide open touchdown versus Florida that he got missed on, that he uncovered. So Emmett Mosley is my guy for this game, Patrick.
No, I love it. I think that they've continued to get better. You remember that his injury coming in, there was not quite the connection with Arch. Now, not only have you started to see it get better, you just had a bye week. The first time you've had a healthy bye week, really, with those two guys to be able to come in and build that connection. This does feel like the game where Emmett Mosley just maybe gets forgotten about a little bit with Ryan Wingo and Parker Livingston and DeAndre Moore. Maybe Emmett Mosley gets a couple of those catches and does what Matthew Golden did for us last year. This is why you come to Texas, is to play in games like this. And so I'm with you. I think Emmett Mosley is right up there. I hate to be easy on this one, but it's Arch Manning. It's Arch Manning. If we win this game, Arch Manning has a great game. It's that cut and dry. I don't think there's anyone else who can say that you can go, well, if you're not going Trey Wisner. If he gets 120 yards, we win. Trey Wisner has 120 yards. Things are going great for Texas. I don't see it happening. I do think that Arch Manning could have that game where he has continued to play better. Hopefully without this pass rush, they're going to be trying to bring things. They're going to be trying to make Arch's life harder than it needs to be because they know other teams have been able to do it. So they're going to try. And hell, there's a decent chance that our offensive line plays completely shitty again and they rush 4 and get 8 sacks in this game, because that's in reality completely believable what this offensive line has done on the road this season. They have not shown up for many games. But if they can give him a little bit of time to operate, let him be able to go out there and get through his progressions, all of that, then Arch has the receivers out there to get it done. This is a Georgia defense that is susceptible to the pass. You saw Ole Miss be able to go do it to him. I think he could have a really big game. And then, again, you talk about that, Rodney. You talk about the red zone. That is where Arch's legs, to me, are the biggest deal. Because I get he can run everywhere else. I don't want him taking a ton of hits in this game. You just don't want to see it. They're going to be going out for him and just trying to hit him as hard as they possibly can. But once you get in that red zone, when you add in the quarterback's legs, even the concept of the play against Vanderbilt where C.J. Baxter runs with him and then C.J. Baxter breaks off, when they realize there's one dude who has to guard both of them. And the fact that he had to break off and not follow Baxter, because if he does, Arch runs into the end zone. Mm-hmm. Those types of things with his legs, that's what I think Arch can do in this game.
Created a 2-on-1.
Exactly. And those are the things he needs to be able to do. That's how you score in the red zone, is by winning, taking advantages, not Sark. Let's put in defensive linemen to run the ball up the middle into other defensive linemen, and that'll work. It hasn't worked yet, but it'll work.
I know we have to go to break, but I want to make a real quick.
Oh, we'll go for a little bit. We'll keep going.
Okay. Real quick point on Arch, because this is the Arch Manning Bowl when you think about it. If he doesn't go to Texas, he goes to Georgia. And Kirby Smart has spent a lot of good time this week talking about it. And it was actually cathartic for me, Patrick, because he talked about Arch outside of his name. And I love the way Kirby framed it. He was like, look, I wouldn't have offered the guy. I didn't offer the guy because he's a Manning. I could have lunch with him if I wanted to. Like, he was like, he had been at our school, coming to our school, visiting our school since he was 8th, 9th grade. Like, we have real relationships with him. But the offer came because the boy is 6'4", 230, and can run like a deer. He's like, the offer came because he can throw the ball 60 yards, rolling left. And that's how Kirby was talking about Arch.
Yes.
Right? He's like, that's why we got into a battle with them for that player. And he said, now you're seeing the player start to understand, get confidence, and understand his gifts. He's like, we offered Arch because of his gifts, not his last name. And I appreciated somebody else. That didn't come from Sark. That didn't come from Texas. That came from Kirby Smart's mouth this week in regards to Arch Manning. Right. And so they are very familiar with him. They, like he said, we have a relationship. Yes. It's personal, but this game is personal. Tyler Atkinson, who will be our linebacker next year. Justice Terry, who is on this football team right now. These are personal relationships that we've gotten to battle. Surfer Boy, I'm sorry, we've been coming to Georgia, been walking into your trap, taking your kids. This is Kirby's last stand, is to win these football games, right? Because or else what do you got, right?
No, I'm with you.
So these things matter. These relationships matter. And now you're going to see Arch is the first of many, honestly, because we're going to have this conversation when Tyler Atkinson's here, Justice Terry as he ramps. But Arch right now, this is the Arch Manning game for sure.
Yeah, no, 100%. All right, let's take our first break here. We come back, we'll hit our defensive MVP. We've got X Factors. We've got our final predictions, then a whole lot more talk. Other college football games. There's another huge one, Oklahoma and Alabama. We'll get into that and some of the other games. You'll see Chip Brown was predicting an upset Saturday. We'll see how many upsets we think there will be as well. Plenty to get into here with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. Always love having him on the show on a Friday. We'll be back. Keep talking with you guys as well. Keep it going in the chat. We'll be back in just about 2.5 minutes to keep going. Texas, Georgia.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside my man, Steven from Fanatic Perspective. Love having him on the show here. And, of course, you, third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Friday before the big game, Texas versus Georgia. It is going to be a good one. Before the break, we were giving out our offensive MVPs. Stephen went with Emmett Mosley. I went with Arch Manning. And now, Stephen, there comes the time to give our defensive MVPs in this game as we continue to break it down. A lot of guys that you could look at that need to make an impact in this game. Who is your defensive MVP?
Yeah, I'm not going to go complicated or anything tricky here. You brought up Colin Simmons earlier. I'm going to go Anthony Hill. And the reason being just the overall balance between Georgia's run and pass. Surfer Boy, I give you guys credit. Y'all can do it both. And when y'all are rolling, you guys do it both. So we're really going to need Anthony Hill to just be that ultimate disruptor on rundowns. He's got to be able to just get home, plug, and create obvious pass situations, create situations. Anthony Hill said this in the SEC media days when he was asked, what are the most complicated offenses you've seen? And his first response was Andy Kotelnicki when he was at Kansas, now at Penn State, like that offense was crazy. And then he said in the SEC, it was Georgia. And he was like, what? Because they marry the run and the pass so well. And he was like, it's really hard. Plus all the tight ends that Patrick emphasized the tight ends a lot, guys. I don't think y'all are ready to see these tight ends. They are crazy with tight. It's like an NFL team. They are so good. Yeah. So they utilize all these tight ends, but then they will come out and go empty and look like a spread and also run spread offense, right? So it will take Anthony Hill with communication. Michael Taft being back will help. Colin Simmons in front will help. But at the end of the day, we're going to need to use Anthony Hill just like we talked about with CJ Allen and Wilson spying Arch Manning with his legs. Same thing applies to Gunnar Stockton and trying to get them off the field. So I'm going to Anthony Hill.
No, I like that. It's definitely true, and I'm with you. In the big games, the best players need to step up, and that's why I have Colin Simmons. Again, you have to have your best players step up in these moments. They have to be able to be the guy. Colin Simmons, if he is able to put pressure without blitzing, it changes this game dramatically. Now, they're going to double him a lot. They're going to try and do anything to stop him. And look, Colin Simmons, if he gets doubled and they're able to, if they continue to have to use doubles on him, great. As long as he stays where he needs to be and helps in the run game, if they double him, that helps Murad Watson, that helps Hero Canoe, that helps Ethan Burke, that helps anybody else, Trey Moore, anybody else who wants to be coming on the other side of the ball. When Colin Simmons gets doubled, you're now in a one-on-one and you can go win. And so he can have an impact even without having to get to him, but they have to pressure Gunnar Stockton without blitzing in this game. You can't give him all day to throw the ball. You can't let him get outside and decide where he wants to go and run the ball. You can't get into those types of battles with him. And if you blitz, he's been really good. So they will blitz. Both teams will blitz in this game. But you really want to be able to get that organic pressure. And Colin Simmons is the dude. Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons are both guys that Colin Simmons plays a more valuable position in the NFL. So he has a chance to go in a higher draft pick than Anthony Hill right now. But these are both guys that could feasibly be top 10 draft picks. And Colin Simmons, if he goes out in Georgia and gets 2 or 3 sacks on Gunnar Stockton, well, you're starting to talk about him now. Well, now is he a top 5 pick? Is he a top 3 pick in the draft? Because of what he can do. We know he's pressing way too much early in the season, was having his issues. Can he come back in this game, not press, wait for those moments, and take advantage of them? If he does that, again, it's the same as I say, as Arch Manning having to be there. Colin Simmons can make a huge, huge impact in this game.
He's been, SEC play's been lights out, right? And he has an opportunity. He's right there, I think, at like 8 or 9 sacks now. So he's had an opportunity to get double-digit sacks first time in 13 years in our program, which I'm embarrassed to say out loud, but it's true. But one of the reasons why he was pressing early is because he said, I'm going to get 10-plus sacks this year. And so, but as he's allowed the game to come to him, I love your point about one-on-ones. Because what it does, and you hear the term gravity in sports now, but we hear it more in basketball with like Wemby and Curry and stuff. Gravity applies to Colin Simmons because Diego Pavia was only sacked, 6 or 7 times before we played them, and we sacked him 6 times in that game. But look at the sequence that occurred. Early in the game, the first person that got to him was Colin Simmons, and he made him fumble. He blew him up. He made him fumble. Vanderbilt adjusts. All of a sudden, Ethan Burke is popping off. Brad Spence is popping off. Trey Moore got a sack. Everybody got in because he carried so much gravity that he stunted at the left tackle and dropped into coverage, and Manny Muhammad got home. That's how much gravity. They completely ignored the DB standing right next to him because the guard, the tackle were both looking at Colin Simmons because he started the game wrecking stuff. So that gravity is so important for the rest of our defense. Just because he doesn't get stats every play, you notice it by the impact of the other 10 guys around him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that's exactly true. Let's get to our X factor now. We'll stay on the defensive side of the ball. Who is your defensive X factor, Steven?
Great question. I mean, keeping with the main folks here, it's Michael Taft. I like it. It's Michael Taft. The return of Michael Taft. Can he tackle at the same level he tackled with whatever his hand situation will be? We know he will help us communicate much better, especially in our pattern matching and our quarters coverages. That is so, guys. We cannot afford bust this week. The busts that were happening out of timeouts in the Vanderbilt game where we were losing Eli. How are we losing Eli Stowers? Like we spent how much time did we spend talking on the scouting report, man?
There's a dude. There's a dude. There's one dude. There's a dude.
He's running butt naked like a streaker out the stands at the 40-yard line.
You got to cover, man. A dude. Come on, man.
So
can't cover him. They got 7 of these dudes at Georgia.
We didn't even mention everybody. We didn't mention Dylan Bell. We didn't mention London Humphreys, who looks like another white Lad McConkey. I mean, Lad McConkey's white, but you get my point. Like they got another lad that we didn't even mention.
No.
So, y'all, we cannot have this. Can't be the week where you have one DB looking at another one like, I thought we were in Palms, or I thought we were in cover. Nah, bro. Yeah. We gotta be clean. We gotta be clean this week. Michael Taft, at least pre-snap, I feel comfortable that we shouldn't see those type of things just with him at least being the center fielder back there. That's my hope.
No, I'm with you. I like that because, he is huge. We've seen, I mean, there was not a better argument for him for a Thorpe or for an All-American nod than the 2 weeks he was gone. I don't think there's a better test of, like, how many plays ended up with every DB going, man, come on, man. That right there, you're like, just send that tape in and go, you sir, you're not playing in this. You go, yeah. I want you to look at the stats with and without me and tell me that I'm not important to this
Look
team.
at my teammates. I have to I'm the chaperone here, man.
Yes. I'm gonna go here. I think I'm gonna go Grayson Littleton as my X factor.
Ooh,
this is a really big game for a true freshman to be in. He was not there for Georgia last year. He was not a party to that. And in the star position, he's going to have some hard matchups in there at times because there's going to be times where he's going to get one of these tight ends. There's going to be times when he's going to have to step up and play against some guys that are much bigger than him. And then he's going to have to guard somebody who's faster than him. He's going to have to go around. And I'm going to go that if he has a big game and steps up and says, guys, you're talking about the best players on this team. I may not be that guy yet, but in next year, the year after, you're going to be talking about me in that same sense. So I'm going to step up in this game and make an impact, and maybe an interception, maybe a blitz, maybe something in there where he's able to break up a pass to a tight end. Somewhere in there, I think Grayson Littleton's going to be able to have an impactful play in this game because they're going to test him for sure. When you look at the rest of this secondary, there's a couple guys you want to go at, and Grayson Littleton all season long, people have tested him. And a 6:30, a night game in Athens, Georgia on the road, who do you attack? The true freshman. You just do. Even if he's better than some of the other guys, you're still going to attack there.
Man, Grayson's going to be a hell of a player, and he's already very talented. But you're so right because he struggled so much in that Vanderbilt game. 4th and 19, he was part of the missed comms at the goal line. It was very frustrating. He couldn't even get lined up. I did read something that he was, the bye week of like the top 5 guys on Texas at the bye week could benefit. He was one of them. Where it's just like he's never played this much football before in his life at this intensity level. It's been a lot for him, but there's no days off, bro. Because guess what? You're either gonna have to deal with Lawson Lucky, who Surfer Boy in here talking about Georgia tough, bro. He literally, I thought he was dead last week. All of a sudden, Lawson Lucky's okay to play. So Georgia tough, whatever that means. Y'all just don't care about CTE, I guess. But who are we to say? We played a quarterback with who's
well, look, they don't care about. Hey,
Lawson Lucky's playing, so he might get matched up with him. He might get matched up with one of the other tight ends. But what I'm concerned about is their number one receiver last year was Dylan Bell, and he struggled catching the football. He had a lot of drops in Austin. It was a hard time for him. He's moved to this Deebo Samuel role because of Zachariah Branch and because of Noah Thomas and Humphreys on the other side after the Colby Young injury, where they're doing jet sweep. He's basically their Ryan Wingo. If you look at Dylan Bell, how they use him, that's the guy that they're going to run on crossers across the field from the slot. That's who he's going to have to deal with and get. And that guy's good. I mean, I know he struggled last year, but now he's not in the role where he has to be the number one receiver anymore. He's like their gadget guy. That's a big key. That's a big matchup. If Grayson Littleton can play Dylan Bell to a stalemate, that gives Texas a big chance to win.
Yes. No, I'm with you. And that's why I think is there. Lane, I'm with you too. The linebackers are a giant X factor. They're a giant moment in this game because we talk about Anthony Hill and we know what he can do. But can LaFau and can Ty Anthony Smith not get beat in coverage? Can they play in coverage as well as they play against the run? They're great against the run, man. They're great against the run. But they maybe lose something. And again, when we talk about them tight ends, we're going to say it again and again and again today. We talk about them. They're going to be stuck on them at times too. And what can they do in those moments? Can they not get tricked by Gunnar Stockton? Can they all those pieces for Lafau and for Anthony Smith. I trust Anthony Hill. I trust Anthony Hill. The other ones, though, in coverage, it's a worry.
Guys, let's be honest. We've that's a weakness.
Yeah,
that's something we're gonna have to try to hide. I don't know what Johnny Nansen is gonna try to do, technique wise to change things. Anthony Smith made a huge mistake right before halftime, shading opposite of Eli Stowers. Guys, KYP, know your personnel, linebackers. If you're gonna shade one way, shade towards Stowers. Don't come on. Yeah. Leona Lafau, the drop off needs to be studied with his pass coverage, because I could have swore his freshman year when he got here under Jeff Choate, anytime he was in coverage, that was like his strength.
Yeah.
Now he's only a run guy. Like, he doesn't get proper depth. He doesn't seem to know what he's doing. Anthony Smith has fallen apart in zone. Both of them have been bad. Opposite of Anthony Hill. I mean, it's just y'all are not sugarcoating it right now, Patrick. No. It's the truth.
No,
so I'm very concerned about that matchup, because I know Georgia saw what Vanderbilt did with the tight ends in the red zone, and the linebackers got to cover somebody, man.
Yeah.
So
no, I'll say I think having Michael Taff again helps out some there, because he can go yell, dude, you're 6 feet away from where you need to be right now.
Right. Don't shade that way. Go open up your hips.
We're not shading anything. I need you to be inside of Eli Stowers right now. That's what I need you to be. Inside of him. So he gonna catch it. You had a dude to cover. A dude. And you're dancing over like, maybe they'll go the other way.
Maybe they'll go the other way. Like, what?
Come on, man. I don't know what they're thinking. So I'm hoping that helps out. Let's go with our offensive X factors. Steven, what do you like on the offensive side of the ball?
It's not necessarily naming. If I had to say name Cole Hudson at guard, I mean, I think just the difference. I know you talked about the line on the road. We have not seen our best five on the road. Like, we haven't. This alignment was only rolled out versus Vanderbilt. I'm blown away impressed with how they handled the exotics. Vanderbilt got I talked about ad nauseum about Vanderbilt, how much they like to blitz their nickel corner. And that's where details and stuff have make me feel a little bit better with Sark too, because we saw probably our best Sark game in Vanderbilt. He opened the game with the Wingo screen, get into the blitz. Like, he knew it was coming. Yes. And it's great because we've been talking about nickel blitz, and then he ran it right into the nickel blitz, and we get a 75-yard touchdown. I'm oh my goodness, my coach been watching film, baby. Let's go. And so
he was watching Fanatic Perspective. I'm telling you, you will want to go, hey man, this guy's gonna come after us. And watching him on that first play take 3 steps and go, no, no.
He ran himself right out of it.
Yeah, he's like, no, wrong thing, wrong place, wrong time.
I'm like, Sark saw it too. He saw it because they love doing that. And I'm like, look, the offensive line, I think, has given them playing that way. I think gave everybody a new, fresh air of confidence. We don't have to just worry about somebody just leaking through the A gap anymore. We have better I saw people pointing and talking. So like just the bare minimum. So that right there to me is an X factor. Knowing that Arch is going to have some time to do some dissecting.
I like that. Yeah, the offensive line, again, kind of like those linebackers, is that world of, well, if you guys play above what you've been playing, we have a much better shot at this game than we do if you guys show up and you're the guys that we were playing 2 months ago and not looking what you need to be. I'm going to go with Ryan Wingo in this game, because I think what he's been able to do the last couple of weeks, and really the only guy who you're like, oh, that's our explosive play guy. I mean, Niblett's been in the punt game, but not necessarily out of the backfield a ton. So Ryan Wingo's been able to do that. He felt like he was coming into his own, but now the thumb injury, we don't know how bad it is. We don't know. I mean, it looked awful. It really,
it looked really bad. But then they were like, he could have come in if he wanted.
Yeah, it's a dislocated thumb. So you pop it back in, it becomes a pain threshold thing. For Ryan Wingo, he's dropped too many passes this year. I don't know how much more I trust him to catch passes when that ball hits his thumb at 70 miles per hour.
He also struggles with contested catch.
Yes.
Too, already.
100%.
So, but the screens, he's become a screen animal.
Yes.
He's become
now,
a big play monster.
Georgia is a lot harder team to run screens on. They're much faster. They're much better tacklers. Like, man, we were talking that Vanderbilt game. Well, man, they're going to be able to tackle them, and these guys are sure-handed tacklers, and then they just walk through them at times. Like, man, what are you trying to do out there? You got money on the Longhorns? What's happening? But then we see on the other side of that, Ryan Wingo starting to hit his own. If he's able to still be a factor in this game, and he is not, this isn't gamesmanship where they're like, hey, we're putting him out there because we're going to draw him, but we're going to use him more as a decoy a lot because we don't really trust that hand. I mean, now we know from history, Sark threw the ball, called plays for a wide receiver with a broken hand 90 times in a row in a windy Oklahoma State. So we know when Xavier Worthy at the end of the season, why was Xavier Worthy terrible at the end of the year? Oh, he had a broken hand. So why were we throwing the ball to him? So we know Sark will throw the ball to Ryan Wingo. He will. But the question is, are they going to use him more in that sense where maybe Arch doesn't trust him as much? Maybe there's that. Depends on what he's done in the bye week. But if he's able to be an actual factor and be able to break an explosive play, be able to catch something either on a screen or short yardage and be able to get downfield, because hell, he had a second screen in the Vanderbilt game that if he doesn't hurt his thumb, he probably gets another 15, 20 on it.
Yeah, you're right.
It just, he steps out of bounds instead of trying to get that through that last tackle. But that may have been a touchdown. May have been a house call if he gets through that last tackle, but he just hurts his thumb and walks off the field, which I get. When your thumb goes from here to here, I understand why you want to come out of the game. But that's one for me. Ryan Wingo, if he is able to step up in these moments, to me, that is just a huge difference in this game, because now you're talking about, now we have our Zachariah Branch, who is able to be a game-changing, elusive type of player on that side of the ball, or else we kind of got to put it together with other guys. And I think that's really big for Texas.
Agree.
All right. It's time. It's time to get to the final predictions. Matt made his final prediction yesterday. He had Texas winning. But we are now down to Steven, what do you have? How do you see this breaking down? How do you see this game going? And what is your final score prediction? By the way, throw yours in the chat. Throw yours in the text line for us as well.
Yeah. So I'm very excited about this game, as everybody else is. I think we're gonna see a very well played football game. I think both of these coaches are going to try to implement certain tactics. I think Texas may look at more of what the Bama model was, with the way that Arch has been playing quarterback and the way Arch has been seeing the field, and really try to dominate possession a little bit, right? Take your explosive where you can. Not saying, you want to attack Georgia for sure. I'm going to keep that in mind. But also protecting the defense and playing complementary football. So I think Texas is actually going to get a lead in this game. But Georgia's the best second half team in the country. They have been all year. Gunnar Stockton's playing really good ball. And unfortunately, because I have not seen Texas put together consistent 60 minutes where they just don't have these massive, we don't just have lulls, guys. We have like WTF, like what is going on type moments. Every road game, every SEC game, even the beginning of the OU game, I was like, what the hell are we doing? So because of that, I can't give them the benefit of the doubt to walk into Athens, Georgia and come away with this win. But what I can say is this. I do think Texas will lose 27-24. I think it's going to be a very close game. I think they cover. But what I can say is they're going to leave the game with a favorable eye test, very similar to what happened with Ole Miss. Ole Miss ended up losing, but people walked away from the Georgia-Ole Miss game like, hey man, Ole Miss was definitely one of the best teams in the country. And that's important because I think our season is not dead if we lose. I think it's going to open up the conversation. Now, we'll have to see what happens, especially the game before us that we teased earlier. You know, if OU wins, then that changes things. But Texas, even if they lose that eye test with the playoff committee and still having an opportunity to play one more top 10 team, especially a team that may be undefeated, that still may be enough to get you into the 12-team playoff. But I do have Texas losing this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, when you look at it, the thing I keep looking at, again, is you say, can they grow up in 2.5 months? Texas has not gone on the road in a true road game and led after 4 quarters. Lost 2 overtimes. They have not been able to lead after 4 quarters. So it is a tall task to ask. The first time to do that this season should be against the best team you have played this season, maybe aside from Ohio State, but that's an early Ohio State. Ohio State's better now than they were at that
State
point.
With training wheels.
Yes. So you're playing against a team in Georgia who feels like they're starting to play better. I get it. I think that it's been overblown how much better Georgia has set themselves. I think the track record of Georgia has given them the edge of, well, these guys are playing great football now, and there's no chance that they would come into this game and maybe not play at the level they need to play at. I think that's a bit overblown because this is not anything like most Georgia teams we have seen. This is a very different – this is a Georgia team led by their offense. We don't see that. This is a Georgia team with Gunnar Stockton, who maybe is a bit more Stetson Bennett at the end of the day, but you know, you just don't quite know what to get out of this Georgia team. You don't know what you're going to see. There's been times where they've looked really good. There's been times where they haven't been able to run the football. Their offensive line hasn't been able to get pressure. We don't know who's going to show up. And for Texas, the big difference in this one, they are massive underdogs in this game as the national narrative. There is more billboard material in this game than I've seen any other game for Texas all year long. Maybe Oklahoma. Some people thought Oklahoma, but there's people who still thought Texas was going to win that game. There's hardly anybody picking Texas. Can that difference make them show up and make Georgia maybe feel we beat them twice last year, not remembering that we didn't do nothing? So a lot of y'all didn't play last year. You got a lot of different new guys out there. You can't say we, and you're playing a different Texas team with a lot of new young guys. So that whole maybe they come out and Georgia has not started off strong in a lot of these games. So maybe Texas is able to get a run and start on them. And as much as Georgia is a second half team, and damn, they sure are, and Gunnar Stockton is a gamer, so is Arch Manning. They are both gamers. They are both down for a fight. We saw Arch Manning at Mississippi State. I get it's Mississippi State. I get it. But Arch Manning, we saw him really pull that team, put him on his back, start throwing the ball downfield, start to get it, and come and get that comeback and come back and beat Mississippi State. We saw him now start to get his belief in himself against Vanderbilt. So I do think in the second half, it's going to be a fight. That being said, I just cannot trust this Texas team on the road right now. I just can't do it. I really, really want to. I want to be wrong. I want to believe that they're going to come out and punch Georgia in the mouth. I want them to be able to be the more physical team at the point. I want them to show up in this game without the attitude of we already deserve to be here. I want them to walk in with the attitude that they still got to prove themselves because they didn't have that attitude against Ohio State. They definitely didn't have that attitude against Florida. They didn't have that attitude against Kentucky, and they didn't have that attitude for 3 quarters against Mississippi State, that they had to prove themselves every week. And so if they can walk in with that attitude, maybe I'm an idiot, and maybe they go out there and look great. But I'm picking Georgia to win this game because I think at home they're just going to have that little bit of an advantage and be able to win this game. I got 31-24 Georgia. I think Texas is in it. I think Texas has the ball with a chance to tie the game late. And I just don't see it happening to where they end up winning this game and being able to get it done. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong. But unfortunately, I don't think I've picked against Georgia all season long, or it's picked against Texas all season long. I don't think I have.
I haven't either.
But this is the reality. I don't trust this team on the road. If this was in Austin, I picked Texas to win. I'll be honest with you. I picked Texas to win in Austin. They play way better at home. They're a young team. Young teams play better at home. So if it's at home, I think, well, now I don't trust that Georgia team on the road as much. I don't trust that. Like, a lot of these same issues flip on the other side but it's in Athens. And, maybe we'll see what happened last year when Georgia walked into Austin and was the more physical team and was a bigger pusher in that first matchup. Maybe Texas can do that. But I got to see it before I believe it. And unfortunately, I have to pick Georgia in this game. Good news is I've picked wrong plenty of times in my life. So it's one of those games. We keep seeing everybody talk about it.
I hope we're wrong.
And that's the thing, is it's very easy for me to believe Texas comes out and is up 14-3 at the end of the first half because Georgia just doesn't get going. And then Georgia comes back and scores 2 touchdowns. Then it's 17-14, and it's a brawl. And then Texas has the ball at the right time. They get to play, and they kick a field goal, win it, or they score a touchdown and win it. I can believe that. I can believe overtime. I could believe any scenario in that. And hell, I could believe Georgia wins by 35. I could believe it because if Texas O-line doesn't get – they're still in Austin maybe. They may be eating dinner right now, having a good old time, forget about the game, and not be ready. And if that's the case, it's going to be a long day where we go, well, Georgia hasn't really got a pass rush all season. Okay. We said that about Florida. They had no problem getting to Texas. So hopefully the O-line's fixed. Hopefully the linebackers figure it out. Hopefully all those pieces come together. They're in a much better position than they were 2-3 weeks ago. I think you take that Oklahoma game plan and you try and stick a lot of that in there. I think all those things are realistic for this Texas team to do. I have not seen them show up on the road this season. And that, to me, they've played maybe 3 quarters on the road, like maybe a 4 if you put it all together. Right. All 4 road games, maybe 4 quarters out of that. I mean, they didn't play 1 quarter in the Kentucky game. They won, but I don't think there was a point where anywhere in that we thought, oh, that looks good. Mississippi State, you got half a quarter. Ohio State, you probably got a quarter. Florida, you got a quarter. I mean, that's something like you maybe put a whole game together if you put all 4 of them. That, to me, is the biggest X factor. That's what I don't want to see, but I'll be honest. I'm giving my honest take. I've given it all year. So when you can say Patrick's a homer because he's taken Texas all season, I still think they could win this game. It's just hard to believe it on the road.
Oh, it's a winnable game. I mean, look, these guys were fighting for their lives versus Florida and fighting for their lives versus Auburn. All these games are winnable. But like you said, we haven't led. And I mean, that's a hell of a stat right there. It's very telling. Here's the other thing too, right? Is that extra will and push is Georgia's shown that against us. Georgia couldn't run the ball to save their lives last year, except for the 2 games against Texas. And our run defense was top 5 last year. Our run defense was incredible last year. Yep. But when Ish got super real and the game was on the line and it was overtime, they ran the ball down our throats all the way to the end zone.
Yeah.
And we couldn't stop it. And then when they were in Austin, they ran toss sweep with ATN. He scores 3 times. Like, those are the type of things where it's like, hey, you gotta stop that. Like, you gotta show. I'm sorry, you gotta show me that in those moments, going back to my moments point, those moments you can make those stops, and I think that's so critical for this game. And the other thing too, you talked about Georgia getting off to slow starts. Everybody's like, oh wow, they handled their business. They played so well versus Mississippi State. That game flipped on a moment. Mississippi State first drive went 6-7 minutes and scored a touchdown to start it. Georgia kicked a field goal. Then Georgia got a turnover, went down. They turned the ball over at the goal line with Dylan Bell. He fumbled. And then Blake Shapen gets popped by Wilson with his knee like that far away from the ground. And Georgia gets the ball back. And all of a sudden, the run starts. That's how, and that happened in the second quarter. In the second quarter, it was 7-3 Mississippi State. And they blow it up because you can't give, they're a juggernaut. And if that happens at home, that's where things get dicey. And now it's, damn, we were up 3, now we down 17. You know what I'm saying? Like, that can't happen.
No, it can't. And it's like, it's the youth. Can you bounce back after Georgia's going to win some of these battles. They just are. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't play great teams and they don't ever win. they're going to win battles in the war. It's going to happen. So when those battles happen, Texas has a bad habit, especially on the road this season, of letting those compound. And at the end of the day, you can't do that, especially not in Athens, not at night, not against Georgia. So you're going to have to figure out how to stop those. Have they grown up enough? Has Stark got them in the right mindset for this game? Hopefully. I think they're going to – I don't think it's going to be as bad as it was in Austin. I was at that game a year ago, and it was shockingly like there was a calm. I was sitting next to a Georgia fan, and there was like a calmness of
humbling,
where you were like, "What's happening? What is happening?" And it was the fact of it was. I get we're playing Georgia. I get they're good. You're playing. We talk about A+ games. Both teams doing that. That first half was Georgia's A+ game versus Texas D-. You were like, this is not what we look like. I get it one sense if they're just beating us, but boy, it took us out of that. My hope is that Texas is able to do that and catch Georgia off guard, that maybe Georgia likes to smell their own waste a little too much right now. And they do have that attitude of, guys, we've hit our stride. We flipped the switch on Mississippi State. It is over. And then you go, dude, that was Mississippi State. Like we're better than them. And hopefully you see that it's going to be a hard road for that to happen. But
I got one last point I want to make.
Go for it. Get it.
One last point on this game I want to make. We turned Georgia over twice, both games. To that point, even in the first half, we got 2 picks, right? Like Makuba had an awesome interception. I think Jade Barron had an interception. Like SEC championship game, Jade Barron picked off Gunnar Stockton. Can Texas convert on any of these on the turnovers?
Yeah.
Let's say they come out there and get a couple, right? Like they got 3 in the OU game, and they didn't convert any of those into actual points. I don't think that that has to be a force multiplier.
Yeah,
in Athens, if we get
100, because that's basically you're saying the same thing flipped of, can you take momentum and grow your momentum, take it away from them, and that's huge. I'm with you, huge. And Mike. You can say they don't let anybody in there go in there win. They seem to let Bama do it just fine. No problem letting Bama do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
just a couple months ago.
And then before that, a year ago, and then before that, and when Josh Pate said Texas got to call Georgia daddy, and they're like, what does Georgia got to call Alabama then?
Great point.
I think they're 1-7 or something like that, or like it's something. The stats are pretty bad on that one. So
Nick Saban won a SEC title. He had no business winning in his last year against Georgia. Yeah. So I'm like, hey, man, we've only played y'all twice. Settle down. We calm down. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens on Saturday. I know I'm picking Georgia, but I'll say settle down the daddy stuff on that. But Alabama, Georgia, maybe right now, maybe that one. All right, let's talk though Alabama for a second here. We've been going, it's a good game when you can go an hour and 40 minutes just going through the game, a game that we've been talking about for 2 weeks, by the way, that you can now get into an hour and 40 minutes. That is, it is going to be fun at 6:30 when that game happens. But let's talk about the Alabama-Oklahoma game as well, because that is another big piece. That is a big piece for Texas in the fact that you play Oklahoma, you don't play Alabama, you beat Oklahoma. You kind of want Alabama to lose this game. Now, granted, there's flips of how the tiebreakers actually end up working out. The bigger one that you're kind of watching for is that Ole Miss. You need Ole Miss to lose a game. If Ole Miss doesn't lose, it's really, really hard for you to get into that championship game. So you're really kind of rooting more for that one. But in this matchup, Oklahoma is still technically in it. Oklahoma is still around. They're 3-2 in SEC play, so they're probably out of the SEC championship game with 2 SEC losses. It just doesn't feel like a 2-loss team is going to get in with A&M, Alabama still there, Ole Miss with 1 loss, Texas with 1 loss, Georgia with 1 loss. It doesn't feel like that's necessarily going to be that, but they are still in the hunt to be in the playoff. So it's a huge game for that as well. And Alabama's still going to play in the Iron Bowl against Auburn. A lot to get into. It is a 6.5-point line there as well. This is a game where it does, like, the only thing is, I talked about this last week with Oklahoma and Tennessee, right? Or was that 2 weeks? Whatever. But Oklahoma and Tennessee were like, well, look, Yeah, because we
Tennessee's
both
been-
had a bye with us
Yeah.
and OU had a bye with last week.
Yeah, so
Yes,
2
thank
weeks
you,
ago,
Tennessee.
and we go, Oklahoma, look, this is the end of the road. They're a little bit overrated. And they went out and won.
They did. Played well.
And this falls into, can Kalen DeBoer just continue to do what he's been doing, which is going back, and every time his team walks in, go, remember how Florida State beat us? How are they doing? Are they good? They're garbage? And we made them look good by playing awful? Yeah, let's not do that on Saturday. We're better than Oklahoma. We can beat them. There's no doubt in my mind we can beat Oklahoma if we both play our best football. We'll beat them by 14 points. We're just a much better team than they are because they don't have a running back. I mean, we don't run the ball well either, but they don't have anybody to run the football. They have John Mateer, and John Mateer has been lackluster in a lot of big games against big Power 5 good teams. So if we look at it that way, this is for Alabama's defense especially. You can't let John Mateer be a hero. You just got to say, any of your Heisman hopes, any of that, shut it all down. Shut it all down.
I think Alabama will be fine defensively in this game. The question is OU's defense versus Ty Simpson in this Bama offense. It really comes down to Kalen DeBoer versus Brent Venables and Ryan Grubb as well, because they really, handled Bama last year in Norman. So there is a sense of get back here for last year's loss. I do think, though, Alabama is going to – they scored what? They had a long defensive touchdown in that Tennessee game. Joey Aguilar really didn't play well. I don't think that Ty Simpson and them are going to make the same mistakes and just goofiness. I mean, you have to be patient versus OU. OU's defense is really good. And this is why, as a Texas fan, we have a chance, because OU's defense is better than Georgia's defense. OU's defense, I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, especially in terms of the front seven. So that's what gives me hope in our game. It's like, all right, well, it's not those guys. But I do think Kalen DeBoer, Alabama, the way that they've been executing and humming at home, they're going to be able to score enough points to where they shouldn't have to worry about John Mateer and them. There's a ceiling on the OU offense, quite frankly, and we'll see.
No, I'm with you. I think this is an Alabama game. I think Kalen DeBoer's had this team. I think it took him a little bit to get his culture in after Saban. I think it took him a season to really kind of turn that edge. It does feel like this is Kalen DeBoer's team now, though. It'll feel more like that next year. But Kalen DeBoer, who said from the beginning, I have a bunch of friends who are Alabama fans, and they were worried about it. And I'm like, dude, that's a hell of a coach. Guy's won everywhere he's been. And, at the beginning, it's rough because Nick Saban leaves such a large shadow. It's hard to just walk in and then go, hey, we're doing things kind of different. By the way, he's still got an office. He's still got everything. But we're going to have to change up and do some things differently now. I think now you have a whole offseason of that. You have a whole year of that. You're starting to get back there. I think they'll be ready to play in this game. And if they're ready to play, I just don't think Oklahoma has the firepower. I think the defense is really good. I think they're going to make it more competitive because defensively they're going to push Ty Simpson. But Ty Simpson has just been able to get it going all season long. And if you want to tell me which quarterback I'm going to take Ty Simpson over John Mateer. I get that John Mateer has that Superman power that he's been able to do to put the cape on. But at the end of the day, I just think Ty Simpson is just like, how many times are you going to have to do that in this game?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it kind of lies for me. So I have Alabama being able to win this one.
I mean, even on the road in Tennessee, John Mateer threw for $159. OU was able to find some run game stuff. Xavier Robinson ran well, and they were okay. But overall, Tennessee did have a lot of explosive plays. It's coaching kind of too. I think that's why some Josh Heupel questions started getting asked. The kicking game was awful. Kicking game was awful in Tennessee game. Bama should be better with their kicking game. The quarterback's decision-making, even though he did throw for almost 400 yards against OU, he did a lot of dumb stuff. Ty Simpson, that's the one thing he's good at, not doing dumb stuff.
Yep.
So I think they'll if they can do what Ole Miss did and just say, hey, we have to punt. But over time, multiple possessions accrued, we should be fine and manage the game and wait for wait for the play clock to get under 15 seconds before you get to the line of scrimmage so BV can't steal your signals, you should be good to go. But
oh, yeah. Don't want to have that. Don't want to have them stealing your signals. Yeah. All right. Are there any other games this week that you're looking upset-wise? There's a few across the board.
Can I get this off my chest real quick?
Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but it needs to be said. ESPN, I see what you're doing, and you're not slick sending game day to Pitt when you got 2 damn near playoff games happening in the SEC. I know you don't want to show ESPN bias or SEC bias and all this type of stuff, but it's very unserious behavior going for Pitt Notre Dame when Pat Narduzzi stands up there at the beginning of the week talking about this game don't matter.
I'm going to lose to 100. Lose by 100.
We can lose by 100. I don't care about the ACC games. I'm trying to beat Miami in 2 weeks. I don't care about this. I
just want ACC to keep losing so they don't make the playoff. And then like Pitt wins it but doesn't make the playoff because there's 2 other and they're like, wait, what? And you're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You lost to Notre Dame by 100. It doesn't matter.
People were telling me, they were like, well, Steve, they can't go to Georgia because they're going to obviously go to Austin for the A&M game. So I'm like, then go to Alabama. That's 11 versus 4. What are you doing going to Pitt? Anyway.
Well, yeah, screw ESPN anyway because they still haven't given us back YouTube TV yet. Screw them anyway.
Unserious.
They're saying like it's costing them $5 million a day or something like that, and they're still not doing it. We're willing to hold out as long as we want. Stop. Nobody likes you.
What upsets is Chip hinting at? Is he hinting? So let me throw out
I
some
believe
ones.
he's got Pitt over Notre Dame. I think he's got Florida over Ole Miss, and I think he's got Iowa over USC. I think, or some of them. I don't know if that's all of them.
Okay.
And TCU over BYU, by the way.
If Pitt beats Notre Dame, then
Baylor over Utah. All these ones.
Narduzzi did Ali level rope-a-dope.
So they asked him about that. Then now they're playing it like he's like, oh, that was gamesmanship or something like that. You're like, I don't think it was
serious.
I think he got asked a question and the reality came out of his mouth. And as soon as it did, he was like, oh, no, I shouldn't have done that. Oops. I was just playing along. I don't believe that. Do you think there's an upset this week, a big upset, or is it just we've got a lot of chalk lately? We've had a lot of these games. We haven't necessarily had the big upsets later in the season. Is there anyone that you think could come in and really upset the apple cart, at least in the college football playoff market?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna throw these teams at these games out here. I don't think that I don't see it. I wouldn't pick it. I'm not putting money on it. However, South Carolina at Texas A&M, I think Texas A&M is going to be fine in that game, personally. But South Carolina, they've shown some bite at certain points. I feel like they're done, but
yeah,
we'll see. Wisconsin at Indiana. Indiana coming off a very emotional, crazy end of that game against Penn State where they survived, right? But Wisconsin's really bad. So I don't see that being one. Minnesota at Oregon is interesting. Minnesota 6-3.
Yeah.
Oregon
that has tonight.
Oh, that's tonight? My bad.
That is tonight. Oregon is a 25.5 point favorite.
See, Friday games are weird, bro.
Yeah.
That's how Miami got caught a few weeks ago on Friday. So that could be one where, things. Yeah. Oregon's favored by 25, you said?
25.5 points, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and put some money on Minnesota plus 25. How about that?
There you go. I like it. It's Friday night. These Friday night games are crazy.
I don't like Friday games, man. Not when I'm a big favorite.
No, I don't like it either. All right, we got to take our second break real quick. We'll hit that. We'll come back, wrap it up here on a Friday edition of Open Gym. My man, Steven from Fanatic Perspective.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got a great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on a Friday afternoon. Before I let you go, Steven, I do want to ask you your thoughts on Texas basketball after a few games. They take on the Kansas City Roos tomorrow. Kangaroos now, playing a lot of weird teams. Fairleigh Dickinson. We played Lafayette from Lafayette, Pennsylvania. We're playing the Kansas City Roos is who we are playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I like Declan DeRue, my guy from Germany. I like all the guys. These guys are just getting comfortable, getting to know each other. These are good reps for them. But right now, I mean, it's hard to learn anything from any opposition like this. I was pleased with the Duke game. Honestly, it was much better than I expected until the Duke and Nike whistle took over in the second half to protect Cam Boozer. But before that, I mean, we were competing, and I do think I like Swain's development. We'll see what happens. I think the biggest thing for Texas basketball right now is the awaiting Austin Goosby's announcement on Monday, which got pushed to
got
Monday.
pushed back, which is not great. Not great, because that usually means negotiations. It could mean something else. It could mean that he just didn't want to put it up against someone else. It could mean all that other things. But a lot of times that means somebody came in with a last-minute offer.
Cam Williams did commit to Duke, I think today.
Yes.
Who was the number one power forward in the country. I don't know what that means in regards to Austin, who's one of the top swing guys in the country, but something to pay attention to.
No, it is. And it's BYU apparently has tons and tons of money for basketball. I don't know why. I've played with Mormons before, Mormon League basketball. They weren't good. So I don't know why.
Laundering money for the Utah Jazz, man. I swear.
It's crazy because they're so that's kind of the gist I got of what some people were thinking was basically BYU came back and upped their offer. And that is why he's taking longer to make it, because apparently it's between BYU and Texas right now. But that could all be in the air. Who knows? We'll see on Monday. I'm awaiting that one as well, because Austin Goosby is the type of guy who maybe could be a point guard that this team desperately needs in a few years. He is a swing guy, but they desperately need a point guard. And we're going to have to figure that one out as the season goes on, because I don't think Pope is a guy, and Wilcher has not looked like he is the guy yet either. So they're going to have to figure that one out.
Yeah,
Steve,
sadly, Sean Miller's point guard went to Louisville, Ryan Conwell.
All right, Steven, tell the people where they can find you. If they haven't already, you got to follow my man, Steven.
Fanatic Perspective. We cover everything Texas. Been doing a lot of NBA. Been talking a lot of Spurs over here. Big
Group
NBA
Cup play.
Cup.
The NBA Cup play tonight against the Warriors.
Yeah.
They just lost to.
Speaking of whistles, hopefully that Steph whistle can tone down tonight. And we have,
Steph Castle. You got to give it the wrong Steph. Gotta help out my man.
So yeah, Twitter. I'm always active and engaged on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. But yeah, and then always here filling in whenever needed, ready when called upon for Open Gym. But Fanatic Perspective is where you can find me on all social media platforms. Thank you for having me on today. Go Texas.
Always. It's such a fun time to hang out with you on these shows. Check out Steven. Make sure we'll do pregame a victory lap. Check that out. All the information at Texas Sports Unfiltered postgame with Zay and Rodney right after the game as well to either celebrate or to commiserate. You can do that right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll be back. I will be back with Matt on Monday. Until then, though, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.